Recording in progress.
Agenda with all
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning, Chair.
It's now 2 minutes to 9. We are going to start at exactly 9 o'clock, just to give others an opportunity. It's now a minute. We are starting in a second. Can I check the secretariat if they are ready?
Morning, Chair. Yes, I'm ready on my side, but I have been monitoring. I'm not too sure if the MEC has joined with her team already, but I see the HOD has joined already. I'm not too sure about the MEC.
Okay. The MEC will assist us just to indicate if the MEC is in the platform. Good morning, honorable members, and welcome to Select Committee on Finance, the important meeting for that matter. Today, we are convening to receive 2 critical briefings. One being the North-West Provincial Treasury will present its quarterly report and the performance of its public entity. 2, the AG will share insights on the overall performance of provincial treasuries and their entities with a focus on the government financial management and compliance. Honourable members, the work of the Provincial Treasury is fundamental to ensure sound fiscal governance, effective service delivery, and accountability in the use of public resources. However, persistent challenges such as irregular expenditure, weak internal control, and delayed financial reporting continue to undermine public trust and hinders development. Today, honourable members, we expect frank and constructive engagement. We need to understand, one, whether the North-West Treasury and its entities are meeting their mandates, two, where systematic failures persist, and what corrective measures are being implemented to address audit findings. Honourable members, as this committee, our role is to exercise oversight, demand accountability, and ensure that recommendations lead to tangible improvement. Let us approach this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Before I hand over to the North-West Provincial Treasury, I'd like to check with the Secretariat if there is any apologies.
Good morning once again, Chairperson and members. On my side, I did not receive any apologies, Chair, but I see Mr. Ryder has his hand up. I'm not too sure if he wanted to talk about the apologies as well. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Ryder?
Morning, Chair. No, my comment was not on apologies. It can come straight after apologies if I can be recognized afterwards, please.
After apologies. Okay. I think it is, you can proceed, Honourable Ryder, because according to the Secretariat, there's no apologies.
Chairperson Lekwase.
Honourable Lekwase.
Mine is just to indicate that the Secretariat must just bear with me. I'll be having a problem with my network. I'm having a problem with my network currently, so I'll be in and out of the meeting. But they must just bear with me and be patient with me to accept me whenever I log back in.
Thank you. Honourable Siwisa.
Thank you, Chair. I'm en route, but I'm on my way to the house. But Chair, I want to check, are we going to get the same presentation that we got last week? Because if Provincial and Auditor General are going to, then it means that I don't know what the meeting is all about, because I remember correctly that I made a request that the MEC must come and account to what pertaining the report that we received last week from the Provincial Treasury. So I'm seeing again the agenda is stating what we did last week. Are we going to go through the same process again that we did last week with North-West? Because I remember correctly, the purpose of today's meeting was the MEC must come and tell us why are we where we are with North-West. Thank you very much.
Thanks, honourable members. I think let's allow North-West Province to do the presentation. Then we'll on the item on the interaction. That's where we'll be able to interrogate them. So I think they are here now as a province, and obviously the MEC. I'm not sure, Secretary, if the honourable MEC is here on the platform. If maybe I can get an indication from the DG. I heard that you said the HOD is here.
But Chair, what I'm asking, are we getting the same presentation as the one that you got last week? That's what I want to understand. And if it's the same presentation, then it means that we are going to go through the same. We should be, because we already were briefed on the presentation last week, we should be engaging with the MEC and the HOD of the relevant departments that are that we want to ask questions to. So if you are going to do the same presentation as last week, then this is a fruitless exercise. We can't sit through the same presentation, because they were supposed to come in so that we ask them questions. So now we must go through the same presentation again as we did last week. So I want to understand, are we doing the same presentation that we got last week, or is this a totally new presentation? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, so my issue that caused me to raise my hand was similar to what Honorable Siwisa is mentioning now. Chair, although I didn't feel it was appropriate to raise it during apologies, but yes, we're now at that point, so let me raise it. Chair, it's a 65-page presentation that we have been presented with on the email that North-West appears that they're going to work through. Now, Chair, I've seen this movie before. They've been given, according to the agenda, 50 minutes, 50 minutes, to present a 65-page presentation. So what this means, Chair, is that they're going to run over time. They're going to eat into the time for deliberations. And they are not going to get to the meat of their presentation because they've come with too much information, and we're not going to get to the heart of what we want to discuss. So the presentation that we've been sent, I'm not sure if it's identical to the one that was presented last week, but really it's inappropriate for anyone. And please, Chairperson, our Secretariat also needs to act as some sort of a filter. When a presenter, doesn't matter who the presenter is, has been given a time slot and they submit a presentation that clearly does not fit into that time slot, our Secretariat needs to refer back to them and suggest they need to trim their presentation down. Because, Chair, the point of this whole issue is that we wanted to engage properly with the detail, with the MEC, and get into the nub of this. If we're going to end up receiving a 65-page presentation, I've looked at those slides. Some of those slides are going to take more than 5 minutes each to present to get into the detail that's on the slide, Chair. So that means they're going to try and keep us busy for 3 hours and then not leave us time to actually interrogate the contents of that presentation. It's a big concern for me, Chair, and I do think that North-West Province needs to make sure that they stick to the 50 minutes that they've been given so that we are given sufficient time for our deliberations and to ask probing questions. They will get a second chance when responding to those questions, and that must be taken into account. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Ryder. Secretariat, can you check if the MEC is in the platform? I just want to check that first.
I did not notice her coming, Chair. Maybe the HOD can share some light.
Can anybody?
I am in the Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
Honorable Chair.
Okay. Thanks very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I think the MEC is on the platform. Whether the report is something that we have received last time, let's now give the Provincial Treasury an opportunity to do the presentation. If the presentation is the same as we have received last time, but the MEC is here, we can just ask the MEC questions that we wanted to ask during our meeting that we wanted to have. So can I now, Honorable MEC, give you a time to do the presentation, the briefing? I hope you have received the Auditor General's report also. Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I do not want to waste time of the committee, as it's already been indicated that our presentation is very long. I'm going to request the assistance of the head of the department, Superintendent General Kunene, to lead us with the presentation, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. And my name is Genetswe Noramusenoke. Thank you very much. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. HOD.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and honorable members, and I think also the MEC. Chair, I wanted to check whether the presentation is showing on your side.
Yes, you can see it.
Yes, Chair. Chair, let me also just indicate as I do the presentation that we received a letter dated the 24th of March 2025 from the chairperson, and that letter was indicating the aspects of how we should cover the report. So the report would have been based on the letter that we have received from your good self, Chair. And I think it is in response to that letter. So I thought I should just clarify that part. Apologies, Chair.
You can continue, HOD.
Thank you. Yeah. So the structure of the presentation, and I think what is captured in the report is in response to what has been requested by the committee as part of us responding to the letter. The first part, Chair, I think we are requested to deal with issues of the economic growth, and I think also to provide information about the catalytic projects with the potential to grow the economy. And it is the first part of the presentation that you want. I mean, some of the things would not necessarily speak to all the slides, Chair, because some of the information are obviously self-explanatory, and I think we'll just obviously run through them quite quickly, and we'll deal with substantive issues. And I think the first slide, which is slide number 6, just gives an indication of what the province is about, where it's located, and what is that drives the economy of the province in terms of slide number 7, Chair. It gives you a map in terms of where we are within South Africa as the province, and I think we've got 4 districts, which is Nakamudiri Molema, Dr. Ruth Sekgomotsi Mompati, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and Bojanala. And we are also reflecting in terms of the towns that are obviously located within those districts. When you look at the Northwest as a glance, Chair, just to indicate that our major cities or towns are Mahikeng, Rustenburg, Brits, Potchefstroom, which is part of JB Marks, and Vryburg. We are indicating as part of slide number 9, Chair, that over a period of more than 15 years or so, with the projections over 2025, 26, 27, 28, you are indicating the average annual growth of the province was at 1.3%, which is higher than the national in 2024. However, the forecasted figures for the Northwest and national shows an increase in annual average growth between 2025 and 2028. However, we are obviously remain concerned that our projected growth trajectory is not hitting anything above 3%. On slide number 10, Chair, we are indicating the sectors or the industries and its performance by looking at a period of 10 years from 2013 to 2023. But in summary, we are indicating that 4 industries have had a positive contribution to the growth. We are all aware that the mining sector was the most significant contributor to the provincial economy. And we are also aware that part of what we are dealing with is the issues of the electricity, which was the 3rd smallest contributor to the Northwest. We are also indicating lastly that the community services industry contributes grew from 24.2% to about 25% in 2023-2025 year. This is an indication in terms of the population distribution in terms of the province. I think what is obviously prominent in terms of this slide, it says that Bojanala, I think, is the most populous of our district, accounting for about 46% of our total population, and Dr. Kenneth Kaunda actually Dr. Ruth Sekgomuzi Mumpati being the list of about 12%, and apologies for that. This is the indication, Chair, in terms of how we have performed as the province in terms of the socio-economic outlook. As part of slide number 12, we are also reflecting the information in terms of the district, where we are in terms of the connection to the sewage, issues of access to pipe water in the dwelling, and weekly refuse removal in terms of the district, and also indicate that Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district seems to be performing better than the rest in terms of the weekly refuse removal. Formal dwellings, Chair, is that we are indicating that as a result of Dr. Ruth Sekgomuzi Mumpati, which seems to be the highest of 95.1%, as part of the report that we are presenting on the formal dwellings. When we continue with the socio-economic outlook, Chair, but just to indicate that what we are looking at is the number of households per district, and it's reflected on the first diagram, which is on the left, and I think on the next one, which is the last, which is the average household size, we are indicating that the district of Ngaka Molema and obviously Bujana seems to be having the highest with about 3.7 compared to the others, which are sitting at about 3.1. Chair, that takes care of the socio-economic overview of the province, and I think the last slide, the last few slides that deals with the economy has to do with the industry sector per region. And I think what is common, what is clear from the report is that Northwest, I think we have put that information in terms of the indicator, in terms of the sector. The dominant sector remains mining in terms of the province, which is 26%. And I think the dominant sector in terms of districts, I think that mining, you would find them prominent in the district of Bojanala. And I think with regards to the district of Ngaka and I think which is largely head office and administration, you would see that both community services and finance seems to be the lead. And when we come to the last district, which is Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, we are looking at finance and community service contributing the most in terms of that. In summary, Chair, in terms of the district economic overview, is that we're indicating that service delivery across all 4 districts, when we look at the socio-economic metrics that we have tried, has improved. The number of households has increased in all districts. Formal dwellings saw a significant increase across all the districts. Access to flush toilets connected to sewage improved notably. Weekly refuse disposal services improved in but declined slightly in Ngaka Molema. And the last point is that the overall, the data indicates significant progress in infrastructure and service delivery, though some disparities remain between the districts as indicated in the report. Chair, I think that takes care of the socio-economic overview. We'll then move to the next segment, which is about the priorities. We start by indicating that as a province, I think consistent with the national priorities, which are 3, is that we have aligned our priorities as a province based on those priorities from national in terms of the outcomes, and the outcomes are self-explanatory below as indicated in each priority. We are also indicating, Chair, as part of the MTDP strategic priorities, we have also linked our provincial focus areas to each strategic priority. And I think when you look on the right, Chair, those are the provincial focus areas. And just to indicate as an example, around the reduction of poverty and tackling higher cost of living, we are indicating the optimization of social protection, enhancing education and skills, issues of health for universal health care support, the rights of women, children, and people with disability. around the capable and ethical and developmental state. As part of our focus areas is to improve the coordination, strengthening the local government and professionalization of public service, entity and SOEs oversight, and efforts around fighting crime and corruption. At the bottom, Chair, we are indicating that departments and public entities have been requested and aligned their strategic plans and their APP with the provincial plan. The Provincial Treasury, obviously working with the Office of the Premier, continuously assess the funding requirements and also deal with those funding requirements consistent of not only the provincial focus areas, but consistent with the strategic priorities as indicated or in alignment with the MDTP, which is the medium-term development priorities. Chair, on the provincial strategic for economic growth and job creation, which is a point which was raised in the letter, we are indicating that would be intensify investment mobilization to unlock economic growth. We are looking at the investment summit to attract investment. The province would also be investing in various infrastructure projects. The province will continue to support the development of industrial parks, in particular the special economic zone in Bojanala. To support these processes, the Premier has established the Economic Investment and Advisory Council. The province will also invest in various projects, as I have indicated, both in terms of the social and economic sectors. We are of the view that these projects will entail issues of constructions of school, clinics, roads, involvement in the transport, and part of it in the energy sector. We are also reflecting, Chair, as we have requested that what could be the constraints in terms of our economic growth, and we are contrasting it with the strategies for that growth. And I think we don't want to over-elaborate, Chair, in terms of the constraints, but largely in response to those, we are looking at diversification as part of our economic activities, particularly in terms of the mining beneficiations. We are obviously looking at the agriculture output and diversification of the economy, SMME development, and the province has identified obviously several gas and energy projects which are in the pipeline. Part of what we want to do also is to increase trade and interrelationship between the economies, not only in terms of national, international, but also within the other province or with other provinces. Lastly, Chair, is that the provincial economic challenges that require the economic committee's attentions, as we have requested, is that creation of alternative energy solution, issues of the provincial equitable share, and I think we are also calling and making the committee aware that we do have a developmental fund, and I think we want to partner with the private sector so that at least we use the development fund to fast track some of the projects that we would want to implement as part of our economic and job creation initiatives. So that is the part that talks to what the committee should help us in terms of areas that requires the attention of the committee. We also asked the Chair, as part of the letter, to provide the catalytic projects with the potential to grow the economy. And I think we have obviously staggered them in terms of those that speaks to industrialization and investment promotion, issues of infrastructure, and efforts that we are looking at in terms of the SMME and cooperative development. Chair, with your permission, I think the list is attached in terms of the projects, and I'm not going to speak to it in detail, but I think we are providing information of the projects that we are requested to provide as part of the provincial catalytic projects for the province. When we look at the budget spending and outcomes as part of the overview, Chair, we are asked to do about a 3-year assessment in terms of the budget and our performance from 2021 to 2024-25. We're indicating, Chair, that the total accumulated provincial audited expenditure over the MTF was about 149 billion. We are also indicating that we recorded an underspending of 3.8 billion as part of that. As at the 31st of March 2025, the preliminary expenditure, Chair, which is the pre-audited numbers, which is subject to be audited and finalized, is that we are indicating that we have spent almost the entire budget of the province, which is about 99.23%. This is the analysis, Chair, in terms of the information that I've presented in terms of the report, which is on slide number 25. And I think this is just the narrative to support what we have presented as part of the input to the committee report. But just to highlight on the last year, which is the 2024-25, as I've said, is that we had a budget of about 54 billion with the preliminary spending of about 53 billion. The preliminary spending, as it is known, is that is largely driven by the COE of 33 billion, followed by goods and services of 10 billion, and the transfers only accounts to about 6.4 billion of our budget. Chair, this is a similar information, but it is pushed in terms of the economic classification, but it communicates the same message. The point that I just wanted to raise is that over the 4-year finance compensation of employees is the main cost driver of the provincial expenditure. We are also analyzing the information in terms of economic classification. What is bullet number 3? It emphasized the point that in 2023-24, the aggregate compensation of employees overspent by 67, while the capital expenditure at 1 cil. The provincial underspending was primarily recorded on goods and services as well as for the transfer. But over a period of 5 years, Chair, I think the projected under-expenditure has significantly reduced for the province. And I think the point in case is the spending that we have also observed in terms of the 2024-25 financial year. Chair, when we look at the budget spending outcomes in terms of the departments for the current, in terms of conditional grant and compensation of employees and conditional grant specifically, we are indicating over the past compensation of employees, as I've said, is the main cost driver in terms of expenditure. Let me not repeat that part. We then move to infrastructure. We are also asked to provide information over the past 3 years in terms of our performance, historical performance on infrastructure. We are indicating that the Health and Department of Education obviously constitute the biggest expenditure in terms of our infrastructure budget, whereas some departments, in particular the legislature and cooperative governance, they would have obviously exceeded their budget, but significantly, they would have not necessarily overspent in terms of the province. But the general trend is that the province has significantly improved in terms of the spending on infrastructure. We would have captured the information on historical performances at February, but the information as contained in the report for the 99.23% indicates that there have been significant improvement in terms of infrastructure. What are the possible challenges in terms of that? We have witnessed the inefficient budget execution by the departments, particularly that result in inconsistent spending. We have also observed the misaligned adjustments where budgets do not reflect actual expenditure, which also has to do with the level or the quality of reporting. And there are also capacity constraints resulting in the departments like agriculture and struggling to obviously implement the project as envisaged or as captured in their budget. We are indicating on slide number 32, Chair, the challenges, the risk, the impact. But what is important is just to elevate the issue of the mitigation strategies which are indicated on unauthorized. For example, we are also dealing with pre-approval controls for deviation. On issues of the public trust erosion, we are of the view that with transparent reporting, it will go a long way, obviously, in dealing or addressing what we consider to be the public trust. Measures implemented to enhance spending, Chair. I think we have resuscitated some of the governance structures in collaboration of National Treasury. We are continuously developing capacity within the unit of infrastructure through the IDMS system. The Provincial Treasury continuously assess the budget, not only to look at the credibility and sustainability, but to monitor the implementation so as to enhance accountability, efficiency, and data integrity. And lastly, Chair, that I think the spending on infrastructure has improved over the last, and the surrenders has significantly decreased. We have also, as part of the national directive, contained the COE of the implementation of the directives within the budget as a result of the implementation of the DPSA. But we have also made sure, Chair, that we do not suffer, obviously, in terms of service delivery. Whatever we do in terms of containing the COE does not impact negatively on the ability of the departments and the province to deliver its services. We then move to the next segment, Chair, which is about the public entities. We are starting with a high-level overview of our public entities in terms of, we have some of them active public entities that we have captured. One of the observations that we are raising, Chair, is that substantively some of the critical positions have not been filled, and I think the responsible departments have commenced with the process to close the gap, especially in terms of the capacity. Two entities have substantive chief executive of being NWDC and the Housing Corporation. None of the entities have substantive chief financial officers. These are critical executive management positions which require management to be there to drive the mandates of these entities. The provincial government undertook a review of all provincial public entities over the past 5 years through the appointment of panel of experts driven by the Office of the Premier. The panel presented its closeout reports in November to the Premier and the leadership of the SOE, and the closeout report is being interrogated for adoption and implementation. And it will go a long way, Chair, I think, in addressing some of the gaps that we have identified. As at end of February 2025, the total revenue collection, inclusive of transfers and own revenue, amounted to 907 million, or 87% from the adjusted 1 billion. Own revenue collection remains a challenge, with only 78% collected by public entities. As I have said, is that it is critical that there is huge improvement in terms of own revenue, so as to support the sustainability of the entities, of which revenue enhancement strategy should be implemented to strengthen in order to minimize the dependency of these public entities on the government transfers to the entities. This is slide number 37, Chair. We are indicating the amount of money that is transferred to the entities, and 611 million, or 92.4%, has been transferred to the public entities from the adjusted, which is almost the same. Mabana Arts, Culture and Sports and Foundation received an additional allocation of 3.9 million as a result of the National Department of Arts transfer. Furthermore, the Department of Arts and Culture we've held about for in line of section of public financement under due to the non-filling of vacant posts. Lastly, is that the Development Corporation and Parks and Tourism Board obviously received funding from the Department of Economic Development, Environment, Conservation to cater for the appointments to conduct evaluation of investment infrastructure to address the challenges of funding on the Golden Leopards Resort and internal pressures from internal prioritization by the departments. With regard to expenditure, Chair, is that of concern is that all public entities would have spent below the expected threshold, which as at end of February, transfers and subsidies obviously overspend relating to Parks and Tourism Board, which is obviously a concern. Payment for capital assets, which relates to building and other fixtures, including computers, vehicles, equipment used for spending is very low. And I think against the adjusted budget of about 28.6 million. When we move now, Chair, to the issues that relates to the MTF allocation, the information as requested by the committee is as follows, Chair. We are indicating that over the MTF, the province is losing about 3.6 billion as a result of the adjustment to the provincial equitable share formula. At the bottom, it indicates that over the MTF, our budget amounts to about 170 billion. The point that I've raised, Chair, is on bullet number 1, which indicates that also witnessed some allocations in terms of the changes. One is at an amount of 320 million for 2025-26. Similarly, for 2026-27, which is about 350 and 351, has been added to address budget pressures insofar as it relates to compensation of employees. There were further additions to the Department of Education. The overall 2025-26 conditional grant has increased from 751 to about by 751 from 8.8 billion to about 9.5 billion. Lastly, Chair, is that our provincial own revenue does reflect a growth, although we know that our own revenue as a proportion of our provincial budget is about 3% of that. This is an indication of our sources of revenue. In terms of the provincial department's contribution is about 1.3 billion. As indicated, the provincial own amounts to a 1.3 billion. It increases to 1.4, and in the last year of the outer year is about 1.5 billion. The major contribution to the revenue budget is motor vehicle licenses collected by the Department of Community Safety and Transport. However, we are noting that the Department of Public Works and Roads has the potential of collecting more revenue should the processes of disposing of the non-strategic assets be improved. Some of the strategies that we would be implementing in the 2025-26 to improve on our revenue obviously would be undertaking a benchmark exercise to undertake sources of revenue, to identify sources of revenue, a comprehensive tariff review, which I think is quite important, establish a traffic fines forum with representation from all to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of revenue. Would also be embarking on awareness campaign to ensure that the services that are provided by government are market related in terms of the tariffs. The Provincial Treasury, we are currently, we have developed, and it's in its final stage, the comprehensive revenue enhancement strategy aimed at identifying new revenue sources to supplement the equitable share. Strengthening oversight through visits to revenue sites to ensure that they adequately resourced and are in a good operating condition. Establish the Provincial Revenue Forum, which is held on a quarterly basis where departments share best practices in revenue collection. Additionally, the province is actively participating in the Revenue Forum work group at national level. Trends in the debt levels and strategies for debt. Debt management policies are being reviewed on an annual basis, on a regular basis for continued relevance, effectiveness, and alignment of the prevailing fiscal conditions. Chair, the Provincial Treasury oversees the collection of interdepartmental debts to ensure effective and efficient financial management and to minimize the outstanding debt book. We have already introduced part of it, the electronic payment methods at the revenue facility so that we should not accumulate debt. However, through other departments, we are also continuously engaging various stakeholders, being RAF, medical aids, and municipality, to ensure that the level of debt is managed. These are now changes to the conditional grant, Chair, and I think they are reflected as per the departments. And I think we start with the Department of Health. We are indicating that they have a net change of about 198 million. The information of each grant is reflected there in terms of the report. The next department is the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, with a net increase of about 970. Community Safety and Transport Management, a net total change of 3.4 million. Department of Economic Development, Environment, with about 3.7 million as an additional based on the initial allocation or baseline with the final allocation. Education, I think the net increase is about 115, and I think for cooperative governance and traditional affairs is 2.6 million. With regard to public works and roads, I mean, which is the significant of all the grants and of all the departments, with a growth of about 488 million, and the EPWP for social development with about 3.9 million. Agriculture and rural development, Chair, I think it shows a net of 65 million. We're all aware, Chair, that the National Department of Agriculture and National Treasury, they have already communicated to us in writing that the allocation for CASP will be corrected in the adjustment budget, which is a matter that affected both North-West and Northern Cape. With regard to human settlement, there are no change. I mean, the allocation remain the same. In total, as a summary, Chair, is that we are indicating that consolidated, the province would have received 751 million additional from the baseline allocation and the final up to 2025. However, it's significantly low in the 2027-28 of about 180,000 as a change, as a net change or total change in terms of the allocation on conditional grant. The equitable share, Chair, we are indicating that we had to effect the changes in terms of the reduction, and largely, I mean, we are just indicating that our revised baseline allocation for equitable share, having considered not only the provincial priorities, the additions in terms of the compensation of employees, and an additional allocation that we have received from education, from the basic education department. The changes is that our baseline has actually been affected negatively of about 149. It moved from 44.8 billion to 44.7 billion, but it's largely on an account of the decrease in terms of the equitable share. This is a similar information, and I think we would have applied the same for 2026-27 and 2027-28. Our budget for 2026-27 for equitable share is about 49 billion, and our budget for the same equitable share in terms of the last year of the outer year is 47 billion. And largely, Chair, because the bulk of the major reduction that we are witnessing of the 3.6 billion is in the last year of the MTF. This is our provincial fiscal framework. We are indicating that our budget that has been tabled in the legislature is 55.7 billion. It increases to 58.328 billion in the last year of the outer year. Chair, this is an indication of the allocations to the departments. It amounts to 55.7 billion, as I've said, and our budget in the last year is about 58.32 billion. Some of the risks in terms of our provincial fiscal framework, we are starting with the budget reductions implemented with regard to the equitable share would have a negative impact on service delivery. It is obviously evident that some service offered by the departments cannot be expanded and would either be scaled down and some will not be sustained. The risk of overspending on COE, considering the current budget expenditure versus the 2025-26 COE budget, whereas budget was shifted from goods and services to augment the allocation. However, the previous financial year budget cuts and over the MTF, in particular the provincial equitable share, is going to have significant impact on our budget. The budget reduction implemented on core and non-negotiables would negatively and adversely impact on some of the service delivery targets within the respective provincial department. Some of the matters that we are escalating to the committee as advised is that one is that the Department of Health views that their budget is insufficient to cover the full implementation on some of the sectorial policy priorities. The implementation of the Bella Act would have financial implication in the province, which the department is still assessing the financial implication. And this would require an additional funding from national to address some of the critical funding requirements for the Department of Education and Health. We then move to the last few segments of our presentation as directed by the committee, which is about the audit outcomes. I think we are providing information over the past 6 years, Chair, but broadly speaking is that we have recorded about 3 clean audits in terms of the departments, which is including legislature, Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, and the provincial department. Most of the department, in fact, all our departments are sitting on unqualified except the Department of Education. And I think we are working with the department as part of the implementation of post-audit action plan to improve their audit outcomes to unqualified and obviously eventually to the clean audit. With regard to the public entities, we cannot say the same, Chair, because many of our public entities are battling obviously to achieve a sound, positive audit outcome. And I think the biggest concern remains North-West Development Corporation and the subsidiary called Golden Leopards Resort, which are sitting at this level. And the view of government is that in the current financial year, there should be an improvement in terms of the audit outcomes of the departments. Some of the assessment in terms of the 2023-24 financial year, as I've said, in the previous year ended 31st March 2024, 11 departments and North-West Legislature received unqualified audit opinion. Public entities audit outcomes remain unchanged from the previous year, with 3 public entities, namely Khama Wildlife, Agribank, and ESF, that have received unqualified audit opinion with no material fee. We are helping and assisting an entity called the NTI, which comprise Atteridgeville, Bus Services, and North-West, which did not submit there for the past 4 years. However, the Provincial Treasury has developed and deployed officials to NTI to assist with the preparations of the annual financial statements, which I think would then be subjected to the audit. Some of the remedial steps to improve audit outcomes across the departments, entities, and public entities. Implementation of the post-audit action plan. We are also providing on-site technical support and advice on an ongoing basis. We capacitate the departments and public entities through initiatives through the CFO, issues of GRAB, various training workshops, and on MCS and AMD training, post-audit action plan. We also do regular on-site visits to clear audit qualification, discuss technical matters, and improve internal control, as well as the provision of technical interpretation of the GRAB standard. We provide support on high-level cross-cutting and material queries raised through the interim financial statements, which I think most of the department, all our departments are subjected to. However, Chair, I think one of the recognition that we needed to, one of the acknowledgements is that We are not found wanting in terms of presenting the AFS in terms of AFS, which is free of material misstatement. The major challenges remain largely the information on the performance information, which I think we are working with Office of the Premier to ensure that that part is addressed, as it is the responsibility of the Office of the Premier. Some of the remedial action as a continuation, Chair, is that reviews and recommendations are provided to the departments and entity by the Provincial Treasury technical team on the cases submitted for enhancement prior to the presentation, in particular on UIF. The annual financial statements for NTI is prepared and submitted to auditors for audit, although the environment at NTI has not completely stabilized. However, the provincial support team are making progress with regard to the preparation of the 2020-21. In fact, from the 2019-20, which was submitted, we have already commenced with the 2020-21 annual financial statement. And lastly, is that PT's processes to establish risk management committees and audit as part of the support at some of the public entities were completed, and that process is currently in operation. In conclusion, Chair, I think we want to submit to the committee as follows: that consistent with the brief that we have received from the committee, that the committee note the report insofar as it relates to the provincial trends on economic growth initiatives. The committee note the overall budget outcome on spending for the current and over the MTF and over the past 4 years. The committee note the MTF fiscal framework and its challenges, and note the areas which, as per the letter from the committee which we have escalated, note the AG outcomes in the past financial year and the remedial actions that we are currently implementing as the provincial treasury, working with all the departments in terms of improving the audit outcome. Chair, I've tried my level best, as I have been forewarned by members of the committee that we should not exceed the allotted time. And I wish to conclude here and hand over to MEC Muselu. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chair and members. That is our presentation, and we hope that it's not the same as last week, as earlier alluded to. And unfortunately, we were not here to make a presentation last week ourselves. So we would welcome also engagements on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, HOD, for presentation on behalf of the MEC and the province. And I also want to indicate that they welcome your acknowledgement on the issue of the adjusted budget, the letter that we have received from the National Treasury. And now we are communicating that to the committee. I hope it's one of the issues that we are worried about. Now that you have indicated that we are very much happy to at least hear your response as a province. Thanks very much on that. I think I'm going to give the committee members an opportunity to ask questions.
Chair.
Hello, Chair.
Chairperson.
I suspect the chairperson.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I thought I muted myself. I thought I've admitted myself. Okay, Honorable Ryder, Honorable Lohase, Honorable Siwisa. I'm looking at my Honorable Ryder, Honorable Lohase, Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Hadebe, Honorable Brett. I don't see Honorable Numalo. Yes, in that order, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope it's not my signal that's losing it there. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm going to get straight
Yes,
in.
we can
First,
hear you.
I want to thank the North-West Province for sticking to the time. I think well done, job well done. And in spite of my concerns, you performed remarkably well. We're very well done. I would have liked to see you on camera because you sound remarkably like China. My old friend China, who was here in the NCRP last time round. It must obviously be the voices from the Northwest sounding similar. But yes, I had memories of China Dodovu sitting in meetings with me. Chair, I do have quite a few questions. I'm going to get straight into it. So, despite the claims of improved spending, the province has cumulatively underspent 3.8 billion rand over 3 years, which is very worrying because there's been recurring underspending that's happened in agriculture, roads, and human settlements particularly. And I mean, these are three really important departments for getting people out of poverty and raising people up to a decent quality of life. So I just want to understand why the budgets are consistently misaligned with the actual departmental capacity to spend the budgets. You keep on underspending, and I mean, there's a case later that I'm going to raise again, where money is returned to Treasury, and the department's not able to spend the money. Where's the problem? What's the problem in the departments that they don't have the capacity to spend money that's been allocated to them? And instead of things getting better, things are getting worse. So if you look at education, the spending fell from 99.95% in 21-22, and it's right down at 82% in the last financial year. So that shows a declining trend rather than an improving one. I mean, you can't really improve from 99.95. I think that was remarkable. But why are we going backwards? What's the issue going on there? And then if one looks at conditional grants, we've seen big increases in things like education infrastructure grant, health facility revitalization grant, but we're not seeing the spending going up with it. And infrastructure underspending persists. Arts, spending on arts at 58%. Agriculture is down at 42% in a rural province. And community safety, big flag there, 12.8%. I think that needs to be seriously justified. Why is that absorption rate so low? Then let's talk about the public entities. Only one has a proper board. You've got 2 interim boards. Most of the CEOs are in acting positions, and there are no CFOs. This is a massive failure of governance and something that needs to be resolved urgently. I'd like to hear what the plans are in terms of that. Big issue that I picked up was the Golden Leopards Resort, which has received a disclaimed audit report. And in spite of that, the province wanted to transfer. There was a budget. They adjusted the budget to 15 million rand to transfer to them. Ended up transferring 23 million rand, so exceeding the budget, and still failing to support the CFO. So how was this all approved? By whom was it approved? Because you can't even pay salaries up there. I mean, February we saw the Parks and Tourism was unable to pay salaries, and the MEC blaming the previous MEC. There's a real problem in that segment as well. Look, I think it's self-evident. The cost of employees makes up 81% of your expenditure. So essentially your cost of employees is crowding out your service delivery. And in spite of having all of these employees, you're not able to spend money on the infrastructure. Second last question, Chair, I mentioned it earlier on, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, 130 million rand taken back by National Treasury because you couldn't spend that. And I mean, this is a core thing that could really be empowering emerging farmers. 130 million rand lost to the province. Yeah, you're projecting 4.5% annual growth, way above the growth levels the country's reporting, and I'm really not sure where that projection comes from. Chair, and then, I always say that as NCOP, we should be looking for ways that we can help provinces. There's two types of oversight. We can be the policeman. That's the hat I want to wear today. But we should also be trying to find what can we help with. What are the legislative problems? What are the regulatory problems that are preventing the province from achieving their outcomes? Coming here and asking, asking us for more equitable share is highly inappropriate if you look at how the people's money is being spent and mismanaged in this province. So I think that was highly irregular. If you've got anything that you really think that you want to raise with us, that we can change, improve regulations or improve laws that limit you from doing your job, then by all means, please come. But don't come and ask for more equitable share when you're mismanaging the people's purse. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Lehase.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Dumelang MEC Lentate Kunene, and honorable members on the platform. I think Honorable Ryder has summarized the worrying factors of the province, because seated where I am seated with the underspending, and like we had a presentation last week from the Auditor General telling us about the improvements in the various departments in the province. But those improvements and the underspending do not translate to the value for the money that has been spent. So my general question, because Mr. Ryder has covered most of the ground, was to say, what is it that we need to do to assist them? But also to you, Chairperson, I think all these presentations are giving us an idea on where to look when we go for our oversight. As I've requested last week to say, North-West must be one of the provinces that we visit for oversight. I think for now, this is where I will stop, but the province, the status of the province currently, financially and otherwise, it's in a very worrisome state and they need to be rescued. Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping to the time and the informative presentation that we've put before the committee.
Thanks very much, Honorable Lehase. I'm going to just request just 2 seconds to show her his face, because we have seen the Honorable MEC, so that the members must know who was doing the presentation. Before Honorable Lehase, before Honorable Siwisa. HOD?
He's muted.
No, I'm saying I'm on the video, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Yes, okay.
Honorable members, the band of face. Honorable Siwisa?
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Chair, the North-West is I'm worried about the province that underspends when there's so much that can be done in the province. The report that you got last week from the Auditor General, there were some concerns that were raised in the report. The issue of housing, targets that are not met. We've got this thing of more money is spent on paying salaries, but we don't get value for the money, whereby you are paying people to do work and then the work is not done, and then we end up underspending on service delivery issues. I wish one day we could find a report that says we've underspent on salaries and overspent on service delivery. This is the report that we have. We've achieved more than what we wanted to achieve. For an example, if you say you want to build 1,000 houses in the financial year 2024-25. And then you come back saying that I managed to build 2,000 houses. Then I think we'll be on the right track. But we can't still in this time and era, Chair, be speaking about underspending of money when there are so many things that needs to be done. People need houses. Agriculture is suffering. There are no roads. If you want to know the worst province when it comes to non-maintenance of roads, you need to go to North-West. The roads in North-West need somebody who can drive like Michael Schumacher. That's how bad the roads are in North-West. And yet there is I wish there was a plan that could be put forward to say, this is what we are going to do. And I'm going to agree with Honorable Lekwase to say that we need to go to North-West. Maybe if we sit face to face, Chair, and then hear the challenges that they are facing, and then try to give the assistance where the assistance needs to be given, then we'll be able to, because we are here to assist provinces as the National Council of Provinces. We are here to assist provinces. We are here to give advice and guidance and try to show the way that things need to be done. But we can't be speaking of underspending when there's so much that needs to be done in North-West. The money is there. The money is not spent. The performance targets are not met. We are spending more money on salaries. We've got entities that don't have board members. We've got entities that do not give financial reports. To such an extent, it can go for 4 years. Provincial Treasury says a board for 4 years did not submit financial. What guarantee do we have that this year they are going to, because we need the reports for the past financial years. What guarantee do we have that even the past financial year, we are going to get the reports? Delay in appointment of board members. It's an issue, Chair. We can't have an entity that does not have a functional board, because if the board is not functioning, or if there's no board that is being appointed, it means that no work is being done. It means that there's nobody that can be held accountable, and we can't find ourselves in this time and era in that situation. And if we can't deal with the issue of housing, human settlement, more and more beneficiaries are expecting to get houses, and yet the ones that are still there, they still haven't received houses. We find family members staying in one house because there's no allocation, because there is an underspending on housing. You go to your hospitals. I'm going to speak on the reports, because the reason why I wanted the MEC to be here is to find the clarity to say, we got the report. Yes, I see your report. It's fine. But we get the report to say that hospitals are dysfunctional. Literally, ceilings are falling off. The hospitals are not dysfunctional. Infrastructure is not good of hospitals. It becomes a fear that you might go to hospital with a headache and come back with a ceiling that has fell on your head. The issue of medical claims that are not being spent, because if your health department does the job that needs to be done, then we shouldn't be speaking about medical claims. It means that there's something wrong that's going on in the Department of Health. So, Chair, my more concern is based on the report of the Auditor General, based on what they found in North-West. We can speak here and make allocations and do whatever that needs to be done. But if money is not spent for the good purpose of service delivery, we are going to sit here again and be told that money has been returned, there was underspending. So I think it's time that the MEC of Finance needs to make sure that the money is actually spent where it needs to be spent, to avoid an instance where money is going to be returned to the National Treasury. That's what we need to talk about. Go out there, give support to all the departments that are suffering, or to all the departments that need your assistance, so that we should get a positive report in future, because we want all of those departments to actually pass the audit. We don't want irregularities or no findings, or people did not submit financial statements, performance targets were not met. We can't be speaking. We are 32 years into democracy, if not 31. Into democracy, we should be mastering this thing. We shouldn't be speaking. That is why you'd find a chairperson, there are a lot of protests because of there's no service delivered. So people are forever going to protest because they do not get what taxpayers are paying their taxes for. So, Chair, I don't have a question. It was just a comment from my side that I fully agree that we need to go to the province, sit down, and find out from each and every department, where is the problem? How can we assist you? What are the hiccups that you are facing on your day-to-day running of your department? I think I'm going to stop there, Chair. Thank you very much. Apologies, I'm down with the cold, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can hear that. Please drink warm water, ne? So that the throat can be fine. Can I go to Honorable Hadebe?
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, everyone on the platform. First of all, I'd really like to welcome the report which has been presented to us here today. I've been, for quite some time, I've not been in the North-West, but basically from this report, I can now have an eagle's view of what is happening on the governance issues of the North-West. I really appreciate it. But what is critical here is that one, is that I like that the strategic plan of the North-West has been aligned with the medium-term land, with the MDP, which the President alluded to on the land during the State of the Nation address. But what is worrying, Chair, is the issue that they're aspiring to create a developmental state, but it cannot be that they cannot fight corruption and create a development state at the same time when you're having the SOEs, which are basically dysfunctional. You cannot, how can you have an SOE which does not have a board who accounts, who's going to make the CEO to account, actually? Because when you look at the PFMA, it's very clear that every quarter there must be a report. So if there is no board, the CFO and the CEO, where are they going to report to? Number two, Chairperson, we can also not allow the departments not to facilitate the appointment of the CEO and CFOs. Because if they don't do that, they are going to create an environment whereby corruption is going to thrive. I think on that regard, it must be very clear that these SOEs, they cannot get any transfers unless they do their books accordingly, just like the NTI. If since 2019, they have not submitted the financial statements, how come that they continuously get allocations which are allocated to them, which is wrong? I think that they can fix that. But on the other issue, I really appreciate that one, the economic growth of the province is higher than that one of the national land, is higher than that of the country. But did that economic growth translate to job creation? Did it translate to job creation? Because I can see that the rates of unemployment are still high in the North-West. And then you go to the other one, the issue of the seed funding, that 100 million seed funding. Who are going to benefit from that? Who are the stakeholders who are going to, in what areas, catalytic land, are there any catalytic projects which are going to be supported so that they can grow the economy of the country? There's one thing which is bad here in South Africa. We are, North-West is one of the provinces which is very rich in platinum. I think that, that those vast resources of platinum must translate to the better life for the people of the North-West and that one of South Africa. So what is it with the special economic zone? I think that it was designated a long time ago that they be placed in the platinum special economic zone. What is it which is being done so that we can grow the economy? Because we can speak whatever we want to speak, but if we don't grow the economy, there'll be no social transformation, there'll be no safety and security, there'll be no better health for people. So I think that those vast platinum resources which are there must be exploited properly so that at the end of the day, they benefit the people on the ground there. And then on the other issue, Chair, is the issue of the education and health department. I think that one is a cause for concern because we have recently passed the Bela Act, which we expect to transform the education. We will also pass the president has assented to the NHI. But if there's going to be no proper spending of the finances there on those two departments, and then it means that the work which we are doing here in Parliament will be in vain. I'll also compare with them that I really appreciate that the Provincial Treasury has sent the teams to go and help the departments. But I think that there must be a regular feedback on the side of what is there any improvement which is done. If there are people who are standing on the way, what consequences management has been implemented now. And then the last but not the least, Chairperson, I think that I'll agree with you that the North-West is one of the provinces which have got a lot of potential. You go to the issue of the game reserves which are there, the issue of the game reserve. But what I've seen here is that on the issue of the infrastructure, there's nothing which is being said about the Mahikeng Airport. Because how can you have a province which is going to attract the tourists, but at the same time does not have a functional airport? Is it somewhere in their plans that they are going to ensure that there's a functional airport which is internationally recognized? Thank you, Madam Gallego.
Thanks, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Brits.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable MEC, when we look at the fruitless, wasteful and unauthorized expenses over the past 3 financial years, and we couple that with the underspending by department, and we add the amounts that was returned to National Treasury over the past 3 financial years per department, it is very clear that the colorful picture that's being portrayed of this province does not add up to the reality depicted in these financial statements and reports from the ground. There is clearly a huge problem in this province that needs to be addressed, but we need to understand what those problems are. What are the problems that this province is facing? And the denial that there are problems is not helping the situation. I also have a huge question regarding the projected growth against this background that I've just painted. And the projected growth is doubtful, to use a very, very kind word. Lastly, it is clear that ostrich politics is not helping the situation. Ostrich politics by putting your head in a hole in the ground, that's not helping. So I do concur with previous speakers and with my colleagues on this subject that we need to get to the core of the problem facing this province, and we need to address that if we want to see progress in this province. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Brits. Honorable Umalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my humble greetings to you and all the honorable members on the platform. I want to acknowledge the report from North-West as much as the Treasury last week have come up with their report. Really, we need to go there as a committee to make sure that we quantify whatever it's on the papers and make sure that we get the true reflection of what is happening. Chairperson, I am worried about the issue of underspending in the province, as much as my colleagues have said. Underspending, Chairperson, it's a criminal offense. The MEC and also the DG or the must know that if you underspend, it is a criminal offense. It highlighted that we have got an issue with capacity. There's a lack of capacity, and also the issue of setting your target. It is a matter of concern to all of us. Chairperson, North-West is a prominently rural province where they are dominated by mines. The province which is very rich in mining. So it's a province which must have almost all the things that they need. But really, whenever you drive around the North-West in the cities, in the town that they've mentioned, you will see that there's nothing that's happening there. Chairperson, the other issue, it's they have got a lot of public entities, but when you check their audit outcome, their own disclaimer. In most cases, or all the public entities are there to assist us in terms of making sure that we create jobs out of them. But with the disclaimer, Chairperson, it shows that nothing is happening in that regard. Chairperson, the other issue which is also worrying is the appointment of CEO, which is not there. There are no CEO in our entities. Really, if the minister, no, not the minister, the MEC and also the premier must come up with the way as to the plan as to how are they going to fill up the vacancies of CFO, because really they are the financial officers that must assist those institutions. And there must be timeline based to say on this day we'll have to have appointed those CEO. So there must be timeline that must be attached to those things. Chairperson, the issue, we are saying the executive must be on their tools. We can't allow North-West to collapse in our eyes. Like looking at what is happening now, I concur with my fellow I wanted to say comrade. I concur with my fellow honorables to say that let us go to North-West and find out as to what is happening, be able to assist them, and we come up with a program of action that will assist the province to be uplifted. We know North-West is a very rich province, but looking at what is happening now, really looking at what the Treasury has said, really it shows that we are not there. So let us make sure that we be there and go there as a portfolio committee to make sure that we uplift, we assist, and make sure that North-West come up and be the North-West that we know. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much, and also to thank all the presenters. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Ngumalo. The comrade is the term means the friend, so we can say that sometimes, but not frequent. Can we allow Honorable MEC? You will guide who's going to respond on what question. Can we give you the opportunity, Honorable MEC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would request the HOD to start with the response and will come in after. Thank you very much, through you.
Okay.
No, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members and MEC, and also appreciate the comments and the questions that have been raised. And I think part of what were raised also indicates that those are some of the things that we have included in our presentation. And what we have also acknowledged is that where there are shortcomings, we have also listed the remedial actions that we are implementing over and above the work that we are doing as the province. But let me start it in this order, Chair, so that I should not miss one. I want to start with the last comments which were made by Honorable Numalo, which talks to the general concern about the underspending, the efforts that we have in terms of public entities audit outcomes, and the matter that relates to the appointment of the CEOs and the CFO. And I think through the Executive Council, as part of our support and the work that the MEC Mosenur is doing, is on a monthly basis, we present 3 reports, which are standing reports to the executive as part of improving accountability and consequence management. One is a report on the post-audit action plan and the progress that we have registered around issues of audit outcome. The second one is about the spending trends and the performance and the remedial actions that we are implementing. And the last one is a consolidated quarterly report on the performance of the entities. And I think many of the issues that we have raised, including what MEC Museme would have raised in the Executive Council, consistent of what is expected is that all the departments have been requested to come up with a plan on the filling of vacant strategic posted entities at the level of the CEOs and the CFO. That is one. But importantly, I think through the process of EXCO, there's a process to fast track the appointment of the boards. But Chair, I must also indicate that some of these processes are largely dependent on the responsible departments. The speed at which can be done is dependent on, but I think some of the consideration that has been advised that we need to bring in some punitive measures to say that in instances of non-compliance, these are the measures that we would implement, including but not limited to issue of withholding the funds of the entities. And I think it's a matter, but I think broadly speaking, I think what Honorable Numan was saying, that we need a plan on the filling of vacant posts and of CEO and CFO and the boards and the process of audit outcomes. Now on the audit outcomes,
Honorable HOD,
apologies.
HOD, can you put your video on, please? Can you switch it on?
Oh, okay. So apologies. Yes. So I thought that that takes care of the questions and the comments by Honorable Numalo, and also that the reflection was that what we have on paper is not reflected in terms of what is on the ground. But I was just raising a principal issue that the issue of having to finalize the appointments, fast track them, is a matter that will also escalate. We have done it before, Chair. I think it is not necessarily on the basis of the discussion with the committee, but on a consistent basis, our report. Now, Chair, we have also indicated our efforts as the Provincial Treasury around issues of improving the audit outcome. I mean, and I don't want to repeat it, but I think the point that I just want to raise is that there are concerted, comprehensive efforts to ensure that matters relating to the audit outcomes are addressed, including the entities that have not submitted the AFS. I have already intimated that as part of a proactive and something that ordinarily would not do, we are assisting the NTI. We have put together the AFS for 1920. We are doing the same of 2021. And it was our understanding that having to do all the financial statement without benefiting from the audit report, you will be doing the same mistake. And in our conversation with the AG, we are of the view that, which we considered it appropriate, that as and when they conclude the audit, we will then do the others. But I mean, if there is a view that we should be concluding all the audits, I think we'll do that. But I must also indicate that we are also dealing with a difficult part in that NTI, which has to do with the responsibility of the BRP, which also continues to compromise the ability of government to ensure that the AFS are submitted. But the issues of audit outcomes and efforts are also emphasized on slide number 63. I want to move to the comments, Chair, which were, and the questions which were asked by Honorable Khadebe. And I think in broad, I think the issue was the concern also raised about how do you fight crime and corruption when your state-owned entities are lacking in terms of capacity? And I think the response would be that putting additional efforts and pressures on the departments to ensure that that is addressed. On the economic, on the SEZ, I think we are pursuing the SEZ in Bujanala. And I think as the province, I think we have made our contribution. And I think annually, in order to support that effort, we are budgeted about 30 million or so, 35 million over the MT. But that Bujanala SEZ is one of our catalytic projects in terms of our economic growth potential and trajectory. We do have a budget for the airport, Chair, although it's not significant, but the process on the resuscitation of the both Munsiwa Airport, JD Munsiwa Airport, and Pilanesberg are being finalized by the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. The last engagement with them were that they had subjected that process to a bidding, and I think they intended to finalize the appointment by the end of May, so that at least the airport is start being operationalized. So I think that takes care of, and I think we took the point that if there's persistent non-compliance by the entities, and I think we might have to invoke the provision of Section 18, which would include having to stop the transfers in terms of the department and the affected department. So, Chair, I think that talks to the concerns and the questions that were asked by Honorable Khadeb. Let me move now to Honorable Siwisa. Largely, I think it was also about the state of our spending matters related. I've already talked about NTI, Chairs, that NTI has been under business rescue practitioners. We have been having challenges there to access, so to the extent that we intervene by ensuring that we provide. I think the concerns raised by the delay with the appointment of the board, and I think it's consistent with what other members have raised. But just on the spending, I mean, on human settlement, I mean, based on the performance by this province in the 2024-25 financial year, in February, we received an additional allocation as a demonstration of huge improvements that we have recorded as the province by national government and National Department of Human Settlement. And it is out of a process where we supported the departments, working with the department. And where we are, Chair, is that apart from the fact that we agree that we need to pursue the issues of value for money, ensuring that the department meets their target. But at least the initial indication that we have received, based on the assessment that National has done to the departments, and as a demonstration by that, we had to introduce the second adjustment budget of 150 million. And as I speak to you now, Chair, is that, that those funds have also been used. So the Department of Human Settlement have used their entire allocation for 2024-25. I mean, we take note that maybe in the past there might have been under expenditure, but as we speak now, to date, in fact, they also have a challenge of commitments. And I think that's the same of public works and roads. There were challenges in terms of planning, implementation of roads project, but it has improved. But we are not discounting the fact and the concerns raised by the honorable members that the performance, particularly when we look at the quality, the value for money. And this is the reason why we have deployed our teams from Treasury as part of the technical support to do site visitation, escalate the matters, engage the departments with the view of assisting them in the initial stage, but as and when it is required, obviously looking at the intervention. So I thought I should just make the point in terms of, but also there were issues raised about the audit, and I think I've partly spoke about the audit, and I think the last comments from Honorable was about having to do the site visits to North-West. Let me move now to Honorable Kwasi. I think broadly, I think the consensus was about underspending by the departments, which I'll come back to it now as part of the last comment and what is that we are doing. But I think we have demonstrated, Chair, that with regard to the 20, and I want to speak now to the comments by and concerns raised by Honorable Ryder. Where we are now, I mean, based on the spending to date, and maybe for the benefit of the committee, just to re-emphasize the point. And we are not saying that in the past, and I want to speak to some of the human settlement, just to demonstrate the efforts that everybody has put and ensure that by end of March 2025, they spent 99%. I mean, they had a insignificant on some of their goods and services of 4 million, but they have spent the entire budget. I mean, social development have spent their entire budget. The Department of Public Works and Roads, cooperative governance have spent 99%. Education, they have spent almost their budget, 90. Department of Health have spent their budget. I mean, the entire budget, 99.99%. You know, community safety, I mean, they have spent their entire conditional grant in terms. In fact, there's a huge overcommitment in terms of. So where we are, Chair, is that at least when you look at the 2024-25 financial term relative to the 2023-24, we are of the view that the province is on a positive trajectory in terms of improved expenditure performance. And I want to put a rider that obviously the issue of value for money is quite important, and the utilization of the funds to support the targets that are in the APP, which is also relevant. But our preliminary indication is that the departments have significantly improved in terms of their performance. I mean, when you look at public works and roads, for example, in 2021-22, they underspent by about 546 million. Now they have also, in fact, even the money that they have underspent about, which is about 87 million, they have already committed on it, which constitute a rollover already. So by and large, is that where we are, is that we are, in fact, our concern largely is about the over commitment by the departments, and as obviously would remain concerned about the under expenditure. But where we are is that there have been significant improvement in terms of the expenditure, and that has largely been on an account of the measures that I've already spoken to, that we have implemented around the expenditure monitoring. On a monthly basis, MEC Musenu represent an expenditure report, decisions are taken, consideration of the remedial actions by Cabinet and EXCO, we follow it up as Treasury. and we report back. And that has to do with enhancing accountability and ensuring that there is an improvement in terms of. But I must also indicate, Chair, that there are obviously a few that we are concerned about. The Department of Agriculture, I think, as Honorable Ryder has said, is that it's a concern, but we are of the view that having to work with them in the current financial year to babysit their processes. Is that in one instances, they will raise an issue that their processes of approval comes late in terms of their business plan. Secondly, is that in terms of how they sequence their projects, because I mean, in agriculture, they always talks about this issues of season and that it's seasonal and so and so. But we have taken a view, Chair, that we'll be working with the Department of Agriculture to ensure that it is done. On the issue of golden GLR, golden leopards, which it's a very unfortunate situation, Chair, because the GLR, it used to be a subsidiary of NWDC. And in our own observation is that as and when you move this entity from, I mean, now it has moved to Parks and Tourism Board. And Parks and Tourism Board, they are raising the same concern to say that the challenges that are in GLR, particularly from an audit perspective, they are impacting on their audit outcomes. I mean, in the same way that it has affected NWDC to a greater extent. And I think in my last engagement through the Department of Economic Development, were asked to come up with a proposal on a permanent solution and a strategy to address the GLR challenges. And where we are as Treasury is that we remain open to work with the departments and also to make a contribution in terms of. I've already indicated that at the risk of looking at the challenges of the audit outcome, we have taken upon ourselves as the Provincial Treasury to institutionalize some of the governance structures that the entities were battling with. For example, the risk management committees and the audit committees. And I think as our contribution to support the departments and the entities, we have established those committees for the entities, and they are currently assisting these entities that I've spoken about, NWDC, and I think to a greater extent, some of the entities that we have to GLR, and part of it Parks and Tourism. So we have helped the entities to ensure that at least, because we are of the view that if we strengthen some of these oversight structures, it will go a long way over and above what we are doing in terms of the interim review of the interim financial statements. And so. But the rest of the other things that Honorable Ryder has raised is that what could be the issue of the capacity challenges. And as I've said, as I just indicate that particularly the Department of Agriculture would be working with them. We are of the view that their capacity is not at the level at which they have also been asked in the last cabinet meeting that the department must come up with a proposal as to what is that can be done, and so then we are working with them to improve. But the rest of the other departments, Chair, they have significantly improved, and I think we'll be working with them to support them. Let me conclude, Chair, with the comments which were raised by Honorable Brett, and I think some of them probably the MEC would talk to, but some of the things that were raised in terms of, I mean, the general concern was that you have the UIF. We want to submit to this committee that we have done a lot of work to reduce the under expenditure, and I think we are also working as part of the report that I've indicated that we are working with the Accountant General and all the departments to address the issues of the UIF, including the process relating to the condonement process, which is part of the process. And I think we would as advise that if there's a need for us to look at the projected growth trajectory, we'll look at it. But where we are is that if we are to implement the measures that we have spoken about, we should be able to turn around our economic fortunes and address some of the difficult socio-economic challenges that we are facing. And I think we are also of the view that the sooner we diversify our economy as the province, I think the better. Some of the initiatives that we are talking to is part of it is also include the industrialization, and by looking at the opportunity presented by government procurement to facilitate industrialization, establishment of factories in the province and largely address but I think the point that has been raised is that we need to look at our growth trajectory and reflect on it. But we are doing something around UIF. As I've said, is that we think that we are on a positive trajectory in terms of dealing with expenditure performance, which relates to the performance, obviously. We are not of the view that we would be subjected to huge unaccounted under expenditure, and that is where we think we should leave it. And the last part that I just want to speak to, Chair, is that we have listed, and I think maybe in response to honorable members, we have acknowledged where there are weaknesses. And as part of the report, not only in terms of audit, not only in terms of expenditure, but also in terms of issues of infrastructure, we are indicating some of the measures that we'll be implementing to enhance some of the processes, be it expenditure. If you look at slide number 33, what is that we are doing in terms of, and we would continue with those efforts, because these are the efforts that has helped us to arrive where we are. But I think we also take counsel from the committee that we might want to do more, particularly when it comes to issue of implementation of consequence management, which I think is a matter that we might want to deal with it quite aggressively. But some of the advices that and the comments that have been made by the committees have been acknowledged. MEC, let me leave it here. I've tried my best not to repeat what honorable members have said, I think, but also to speak to some of the pointed issues that they have raised. And I think if we have omitted one or two, we profusely apologize. We should be able to provide responses in those areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, HUD, for the responses and inputs from Honorable Members. As a province, we are not in denial on the challenges that we are facing, and hence we have put them forth so that we can also receive counsel, as you have put, that you are keen, and also to come to the province and see how do we collectively work together to address some of these weaknesses. But we also acknowledge that there is a serious improvement as it has been presented in our presentation and responded to by the Superintendent General. Honorable Chair, the situation of underexpenditure, we would argue that yes, in the past 3 years, also the situation was bad. And with the consistent engagements and submission we have been making to the Provincial Executive Council, we have seen improvement in the infrastructure expenditure and other conditional grants. And we believe in the current financial year, there's no money that is going to be sent to the provincial, to the National Treasury. And of course, we are concerned with the issue of agriculture, which remains a department that is still underspending, especially on CASP. And we have had an engagement with the MEC responsible that there's a consistent trend of under expenditure in CASP, and obviously agreeing with members that it means there's poor planning from the side of the department and implementation. which means there's a need for them to then improve in terms of their planning and implementation. And the argument that it's seasonal does not stand. So we have received that commitment, and we hope that there will be an improvement in the current financial year, since we are working closely to support them to improve, as we have done with other departments. Honorable Chair, when we started with our presentation through the HOD, we indicated that most of the departments, even in terms of audit outcome, have improved. And as a result, we have seen in the PFMA audit, arts and culture, and again, Provincial Treasury, with the addition of arts and culture, obviously receiving a clean audit. And of course, the provincial legislature added to the third clean audit in the province. We must indicate that also in terms of state-owned entities, the promising entity which in the past also received the clean audit was Gambling Board, and we hope that also in the current financial year there will be improvement in terms of audit from the Gambling Board. But overall, we concur with the concerns that have been raised in terms of the governance state of affairs in public entities. And I think when the portfolio committee is here, they would also bring in all the MECs responsible to address the weaknesses that exist in terms of governance structures in public entities, including the appointment of strategic positions such as the CEO and the chief financial officers of the respective entities. And we are also on our side engaging at the level of EXCO and with the relevant members of the Executive Council, and with the plan that they have put forward and the commitment they have made that they would speed up the process. We believe that in the next 2 months, the situation would have improved. Honorable Chair, there was a concern on the issue of the 100 million that we have set aside for the development fund. It's an acknowledgement that we have made that we have obviously challenges in terms of our infrastructure. And with the budget that we have, there are, of course, challenges to meet the demand of infrastructure that is out there in the province, both in terms of maintenance and construction of new infrastructure, given the demand. And as a result, considering that it will take us longer to fulfill the infrastructure demand in the province, we have, through the Premier's Infrastructure Coordinating Council, which has been supported by all head of departments in the province, consolidated infrastructure pipeline, and obviously segregated it in terms of those that projects that we can fulfill in the next MTSF, and also projects that might be difficult for us to fulfill, and the need for us to set aside this 100 million to mobilize private sector funding to match what we have put aside. And we collectively joined hands with private sector in the province to ensure that we fulfill the infrastructure demand that is out there in communities, and also source their expertise where we don't have expertise in the province, so that we can also complete some of the projects on time, and we don't delay in terms of implementation of some of this project. And we believe with the drive that we've been making and engaging the private sector, and the commitment that we are receiving from private sector, very soon we would provide the report of even announcing the first project that we are undertaking together. And we hope that we will do it sooner than anticipated, Honorable Chair. The other issue is that I think the HOD covered the issue of the Golden Leopard Resort, which obviously it has to do with also performance of some of the some of the entities. And it's an entity that ordinarily we are not supposed to transfer funding because it's supposed to be self-funding. From its founding legislation or the memorandum of incorporation, it's supposed to be self-funding. And as a result, we have seen the drastic decline of the performance of the entity, including the shareholding that they would have in other establishments in the province. It's no longer performing at the rate in which it was performing in the past, and obviously it's a concern. But the assurance we have received from the MEC responsible is that there will be improvement, and obviously they would want to engage again on these public entities. But of course, with what they are proposing as a way forward, there might be other considerations that would make. So it's not a concluded discussion as yet until such time we have concluded on these matters. And we believe that there can be a way forward on this matter. But at the end of the day, we all know that as a country, we have faced the serious challenge of non-performance of public entities. And this is one of those entities. And we can't take away the fact that employees in those entities also will contribute in the performance or the non-performance. And as a result, we find ourselves where we are. Because if employees are going to work on a daily basis, because largely this is an entity that is responsible for tourism establishments in the province. Now it means they are guests in those establishments. And what is happening with the revenue that they are generating, and why are they going to work if there are no guests that they are supposed to be hosting for a specific period of time? So it means there are leakages in the system, and there's a need for us to support the department responsible and the entity to ensure that we identify those leakages and also shift the culture of performance in this entity from a human resource point of view, so that we all are of the same understanding that these entities are there to generate revenue, to cover certain responsibilities that ordinarily would not afford as the state, but also to cover their own costs. At least if they can break even, will be in a better position as a province, Chair. So, Chair, I think that sums up our response, considering that in most areas the HOD has covered in detail the responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Mosenuchi. And I think you'll understand that this committee is really willing to assist and intervene in provinces, not only in Northwest. And you'll also understand that, amongst other things, as a committee, we also wanted the Northwest to get its allocation fairly. That is why there was that issue that as a committee we're very, very much worried on the misallocation. Honorable MEC, I think one of the things that you'll also understand that the members have also indicated on the issue of underspending, whereby Honorable Malo indicated there is a criminal offense, and vis-a-vis the issue that the HOD is speaking about, to say at some instance we are spending. Our intention of the visit will also want to see the value for money, because we will not be happy to hear that we are spending, but when we go to the ground, when we go to the province, there's nothing and the money has been spent. So we want that thing to be balanced. That's what we want. So, but over and above, Honorable MEC and the HOD, we humbly, by the honesty and the commitment on your presentation, and we very much happy about whatever that you have discussed. So I want to acknowledge the Mr. CBC from the National Treasury and also the AG. So can I give them each 2 minutes if there is any comment that will want to comment on the presentation before I go to the Auditor General. Thanks. Honorable Mr. Sibisi. Do you have anything to say?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and the honorable members. I got a little bit confused when you said from the Provincial Treasury. I thought maybe you meant Mr. Gunene, but from my side, from the Office of the Auditor General, specifically from the North-West Province, I think I am covered. I don't have anything specific to add on what has been discussed this morning. Thank you, Chair.
No, my apologies for confusion, Mr. Sibisi. My apologies. Can I get the National Treasury?
Ethics. I don't know from the National Treasury if it's just me, myself, Michael Ramabi. So my colleague Khale, I'm representing as well. So from our side, I mean, just to simply say, on the 3.6 billion rand that the province, for instance,
Can you switch on the video and the drama?
I'm trying to put on my video. I think from my side, somehow is on, but I'm just not sure why the camera is not. Okay, it is showing now. Apologies for that. Yeah, so I was saying from our side on the money that the North-West Province would have lost as a result of the equitable share formula update. So it will be appreciated that as and when the prioritization is done, that social services are not made to suffer, for instance, access to health, to basic education, and obviously the things that poor people will need. So it will be important that those still take priority. And of course, for people and private sector to invest in the province, it will be important that and the maintenance of roads in the province get prioritized. But otherwise, I think the presentation that we have made from our side even last week aligns with what was presented by the HOD here today. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Ndadera Mabi. I think we are done with the presentation of the North-West, and we're not going to allow you, Honorable MEC and the HOD and the team, to leave the platform. We're now going to allow the Auditor General now the opportunity to brief the committee. You can still be with us, MEC and the HOD. Thanks very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, and thank you for this opportunity that we can present the PFMA audit outcomes for the 23-24 financial year, specifically for the Free State, the Northern Cape and the Western Cape. My name is Sharon Adams and I'm the Head of Portfolio for the Free State, Northern Cape and Western Cape Business Unit. But with me here today, I've got Mr. Odwa Dudua, who is the business unit leader for the Free State. You will hear his voice later on. And I've also got Mr. Charles Baloy, who is the business unit leader for the Northern Cape, and also Sangeeta Callan, who's the business unit leader for the Western Cape. Honorable Chair, we will make sure that we stay within the allocated time. So Free State will have about 20 minutes to present, the Northern Cape 15 minutes, and then the Western Cape will have 10 minutes to present, and this will ensure that we stick to the allocated times that's been given. Honorable Chair, the work that we do as a Supreme Audit Institution, we want to make sure, I'm going to ask Les maybe just to assist to put the slide deck on presentation mode, Les. I don't see it is currently on presentation mode. And So at the center of the work that we do, we want to make sure that the work that we do is relevant. So making sure that the insights that we have comes at the right time, and it's the right insights that will illuminate the users of our report. This is also further entrenched in the work that we do when we go back to our auditing standards, where it clearly articulates as a supreme audit institution at the center of it, the work that we do must make an impact on the lives of citizens. And it's through this work, through the work that we do, that's entrenched even in our Public Audit Act, when we go to Section 20, that to say, hey, Auditor General, you've got a responsibility to audit, first of all, the financial statements, where we look at the credibility of the information, and furthermore, does it comply with the accounting standards that is applicable? Then also in terms of the compliance to laws and regulations, specific key laws and regulation, and ensuring are they complying with the laws and regulations. And the third area that we look at, Honourable Chair, is also from a service delivery perspective, where we look first of all, based on those targets and indicators that is set, can we actually measure it? Is it clearly measurable? And secondly, is there reliable evidence that support what is disclosed? We furthermore, in our audit report, also speak about very clearly about the internal control deficiency that led to the findings that we found. And then lastly, Honourable Chair, we also have material irregularities, and you will see as we will be presenting the presentation here today, there will be a key focus also in those areas where we've raised material irregularities for the year under review. At the center of it, Chair, we've noted that the role players in the accountability ecosystem has a critical role to play. So as an institution, we were quite at pains to say, when we look at the various role players in the institution, are we clear about their role and responsibility? Are we clear about their mandate? And we said each of these role players will have an important role that they play to make sure that we shift the sector in the public sector culture. And we're indicating that we will be able to shift this culture where we will be in a position where we will see certain characteristics demonstrated via the performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. So the one this morning, Honourable Chair, that really stands out for me is under the institutional integrity that talks about that you implement and institutionalize controls to ensure that the officials and the leadership behave ethically. And then secondly, also make sure that they comply with the legislation, with the rule of the law, and then put the best interest of the institution first, and then avoid any conflict of interest. So you would note, Honourable Chair, the presentation we will present today, in terms of the audit outcomes, we've got auditees, what we call in the purple zone, and what I call in the yellow zone, and what I call in the green zone. But those that's in the purple zone, Honourable Chair, is those basically that in terms of the accounting precept and credibility of the information, we couldn't confirm in certain instances, and the team will take you through those ones where those ones is applicable. And you would notice, I think, Honourable Chair, of concerning is especially those key service delivery departments that is sitting in that position. Then the ones in the yellow zone, yes, they were able to receive no findings relating to the credibility of the financial statements, but there's still a myriad of findings when it comes to the area of service delivery, specifically where it comes where the information is not verifiable, or there's a big underachievements of those targets and indicated to what was committed then originally to the citizens. And the other area also on the compliance to laws and regulations. I don't just wanted to say with other matters, because those other matters are critically important if it don't get the appropriate attention. So there's a myriad of non-compliance also that you will hear, we will talk about. And then furthermore, I think specifically with some of our institutions, specifically in the Free State, the financial health issues that they're struggling with, specifically when it comes to the area of unauthorized expenditure. So, Honourable Chair, without further ado, I'm going to allow Auditor now to come in to do his part with Free State. So you will have about 20 minutes, and after that, Charles will take over with Northern Cape, and then Sangeeta Callan will come in. So over to you, Auditor, with the audit outcomes for the Free State. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sharon, for that brief. And Good morning to the Honorable Chair and the honorable members of the committee. I'll be briefing you on the Free State audit outcomes, and where I will start off is to just take through the committee on the journey that we've been working to together with the provincial leadership to support them to be able to improve their audit outcomes as well as the service delivery. So when we closed off last year, we left the leadership with 4 key recommendations, which we believe that as the call to action, if they implement these, we anticipated that we should be able to see them to be able to improve the audit outcome. So we first focused them for Provincial Treasury to focus their attention in improving their control environment so that they can be able to eliminate the material findings that we identified in the financial statements. And when we went back in 23-24, we observed that they put quite a lot of effort to address the matter, with the result that we could see that there were 3 improvements of the audit outcome compared to the previous financial year, although we're still concerned with the fact that there's still quite a lot of the auditees in the province which are still struggling in ensuring that the financial statements that they prepare fairly present the financial performance. And then we also left them also another key recommendation where we focus them, more especially the coordinating ministries, to ensure that there's put a lot of emphasis on record management processes, particularly with regard to the credibility of the performance reporting, which I think Sharon, when she was talking, she talked about the challenges that some of these auditors has with regard to ensure that there's credibility in terms of reporting on the performance of or providing of the service delivery to the citizens of the province. So when we went back, we acknowledge, which we are happy that we could see that the legislature improved in that area. However, we had the 2 departments that you regressed, which was education and DSTIA. So we, based on our observation, we felt that there is still an area that they still need to focus in. We also left them to focus on capacitating the project management unit so that they can be able to deliver the projects to also improve their service delivery. We were happy that when they invited us for us to conduct the workshop where we took through the teams in supply chain management, in the infrastructure management unit, so that they can be able to address the challenges that we identified. However, we still pick up some challenges around about how they go about their project life cycle, where we still pick up some deficiencies in the process, with the result that the quality and the time that they take to deliver some of these projects is there's still some delays. We're also highlighting the importance of follow-through for a purpose of consequence management, and also to ensure that there's accountability for them to ensure that they investigate the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And when we went back, we observed that about 1.8 billion of that unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure was investigated and removed as part of the closing balance. But we still have a concern because the balances are still very high, because the balance that they were investigating, it was sitting at 21 billion. Then for reducing by 1.8 billion, they were able to reduce it to 19.8 billion. So if we're looking at the outcomes, when we audited now for the 23-24, and you can see, Honorable Chairperson, that if you're looking at this picture, the picture for the province, the outcome is still characterized by many auditees that are I still have the material misstatements to the financial statements. So about 11 of the 16, we still have those challenges where we pick up the material misstatements, and through the audit process, some of them, we allowed them to make the adjustments. Hence, you see 8 of those auditees that they were able to sit at the point where they are in the yellow zone, if I use the language that Sharon just used recently, where they are financially unqualified, but they have findings on compliance with laws and regulations as well as the lack of properly reporting on performance reporting. And then we also have a lot of municipality auditees that are still sitting at qualified, which is the purple zone. As you can see that 6 of our auditees are still sitting in that space where we are qualifying them on the fair presentation of the financial statements. And the most area that they are struggling with is the issue around property, plant and equipment, which is the assets. They have challenges around the expenditure, where we identify the classification issues, the issues of occurrence that they are able to provide the necessary documentation to confirm the occurrence of that expenditure. And there's also qualification on revenue management as well as the inventory management. So this is the picture that we have. When it comes to the clean audit, the province is still very thin. As you can see that only 2 auditees are sitting in that space, and which is the Provincial Treasury and the legislature. We are working very close with the Office of the Premier, because we believe that they should be also operating in that space so that they are able to lead by example. Yes, they made a very good progress over a number of years, which one of the things that was hampering their progress was the issue around about the occurrence of the expenditure relating to the international bursaries, which they work over a couple of years. As a result, last year, they were only left with a comparative figure, which we believe that coming this year, we should be able to see them moving to get their financial statements right. However, there's still a lot of work to deal with the compliance with laws and regulations, as well as the reporting on performance. Also, another concern that we have, Honorable Chair, is the status of where the service delivery departments are sitting, because most of them, they are still sitting as part of the qualified zone, which is particularly the health department, as well as community safety, roads and transport, that they are sitting in that zone, that their financial statements that we cannot say they're fairly present. Also, we are encouraged with the Free State Development Corporation, which was one of the very concerning departments that over the number of years, they've been always sitting at the disclaimer spot. But through the years, they were able to improve their outcome, and they are now sitting at qualified because they were able to address their issue around about the financial sustainability of that institution, as also they were able to bring in the consultants or the experts so that they are able to unbundle their infrastructure assets and be able to account them for them in a proper way. So this slide, Honorable Chair, it just gives us the picture of who's sitting where. As you can see, as I just mentioned, that those key service delivery department, they still have issues, either the compliance with laws and regulations, or the lack of properly reporting in terms of performance reporting. But there's a slide that will just speak, just to give a sense of where, how are they faring with regard to reporting on the performance information. And then on the next slide, Honorable Chair, is also the concern of the complacency of our auditees in the province with regard to the discipline to deal with the compliance with laws and regulations. So we see a very slow progress for them to deal with that discipline of the compliance. So you can see that the top one, if we're looking at the top non-compliance that we identified, the first one, which is very concerning, relate to the consequence management. And you can link to the progress that I just mentioned of the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure that is still sitting at about 19 billion that is still not investigated. So it's the area that we highlighted that there is one of the non-compliance because of the lack of the investigations. The quality of the financial statements, which I mentioned that about 11 of our auditees that we still identifying the material findings on the quality of the financial statements that they submit. The strategic planning, which relate to the lack of the appropriate information systems to enable the monitoring of the targets to ensure that the core objectives as per the annual plan are achieved. We also still identify quite a number of significant findings around procurement and contract management, particularly relating to the competitive bids that are not invited, the deviations that are not justified, the quotations that are not obtained, as well as in some instances where the contractors that are awarded that they are not registered with the CITB in terms for the grading. And then I think I'll talk to issue around about the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which is still high. So we're still identifying the instances that relate to that. And then last one is the issue relating to the revenue management. So those are some of the key non-compliance that we identified. Regarding the performance reporting, when we're looking at the performance reporting, we look at it in three elements. We look at the way that the departments are setting up the indicators, whether those indicators are able for them to measure them. And so that means that are they setting them in a manner that it is well defined? Is it that anyone can be able to verify and be able to measure? So we still identify quite a number of my audit departments that still have challenges in reporting to that. And then we also look at the completeness of the indicators that they have to make sure that the indicators that they have is going to be able to drive them to achieve their mandate. So we pick up some of the indicators that are not there. For example, the one that we're referring as political mandate, where we see that there were promises that were made in the State of the Province address. But when you go and look at the performance, the planning document, you find out those promises does not translate to the planning documents. And if I can make one example, for example, at human settlements, the Premier made promise around about the removing of the asbestos, but when you're looking at the planning documents, it is not part of that. Then we also look at the reporting part, that means at the end of the financial year, which they need to indicate whatever achievement that they indicate to be supported by the relevant documentation. So we find quite a number of departments that they struggle to provide relevant documentation that support the validity, accuracy, and completeness of the achievement that they provided. So if you're looking at that graph, the chair, is that when we receive these annual reports, there were only 3 departments that were able to give us a credible documents. 11, it was the report that is unreliable. And through the audit process, there were only 3 out of the level that were able to properly adjust their performance report, their annual reports, and with the adequate supporting documentation, which means that out of the 14 auditees that have the annual report that are published, only 6 auditees that have reliable performance report that when you read them, you can use them to rely in terms of the performance that they achieved. And then on the next slide, we're just highlighting particularly the key service delivery departments, how they performed. If you're looking at the achievement of their target vis-a-vis the achievement or the usage of the the budget. So you can see that human settlement, which was very concerning, they were sitting in terms of achievement at only at 16%. And they all of them went at deep dive on them to look at what is driving this lack of achieving the achievement. So you can see that at human settlement, they have issues around about inadequate performance management system, so that they can be able to monitor the progress, the performance, for them to appoint the contractors very late, and some contractors that they even have poorly manage these projects without any consequences that are implemented against those contractors. At health, it was the issue around about the lack of consequences against the staff that are not performing their responsibilities, the targets that in some instances that are not aligned to the available budget that the department have. And at education, we've observed in instances where there was a lack of monitoring by the SMTs and the SLPs to support and provided by the district in those instances. And again, in education, there was issues around about the poor project. So if you're looking at the key service delivery departments, Honorable Chair, in the province, I think they are all of them struggling with regard to ensure that they put in processes to ensure that what has been promised to the citizens of the province, it is actually been met, and there is the matching of the utilization of the budget as well to the achievement of those targets. And then on the next slide is the analysis that we've done on the financial pressure that we look at the department. So you can see, Honorable Chair, that the province is still struggling with the this type of unwanted expenditure, if I may use that term, that we still have a huge amount that result to the unauthorized expenditure, which is mainly them spending more than that what they have, where they exceed the budget that they provided, and the irregular expenditure that is still sitting, even though we see some slight reduction compared to the prior year, but it's still high, sitting at 984 million, the irregular expenditure, and also the wasteful and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is also still high. And if we're looking at the work that we look in these instances, you can link it to our extended powers, where we started to translate and implement them. As a result, we could identify estimated financial loss to the value of 426 million because of the non-compliance and that we identified at the auditors. Then the top 5 that are contributing to the irregular expenditure, you can see, Honorable Chair, is the 3 of them is the key service delivery department, with this community safety, roads and transport, education and human settlements. Office of the Premier, which is worrying because they need to lead by the example, they also feature as part of the top 5 that we have in the province, as well as sport, arts, culture and recreation. The areas that we pick up, which resulted to immaterial irregularities, these non-compliance that we identified for irregular expenditure, is mostly the issues around about poor payment practices, which result in some payments for goods and services that are not received, or the payments that are not made in time, resulting in penalties and charges. We also have areas where there's unfair or uncompetitive procurement processes, which result in some contracts that are entered, which are not in the best interest of the department. Inadequate needs analysis that are not done, as well as the revenue management, where the revenue that is due to the department, which is not collected by those departments. The further analysis that we did, we look at the cash flow shortfall, because we could see that because of the lack of financial discipline, that we could see that because of the commitments that they made, they're starting to commit the budget for the next financial years. The Department of Education and Health, they continue to rely on the bank overdraft for them to be able to get them through over to the financial year. And I think, Honorable Chair, maybe the honorable members are aware that there was a recent article, for example, with the Department of Education, where they were unable to pay the third parties, where they were unable to pay over to the medical aid, the pension fund, as well as SARS. And it is the demonstration of the issues that we've been raising quite a number of years for them to deal with the issues of the lack of financial discipline. And then on the next slide, Honorable Chair, it gives the glimpse of or the reminder around about what are these extended powers that we have for material irregularities, and the powers that we have, which is whether to refer these material irregularities to the public bodies to make the recommendations in the audit report, and if they are not implemented, to escalate it further to be the remedial binding action, and if all fail, then we issue the certificate of debt. And I can also mention, Chair, that in the province, I think the 2 steps we are already, the 3 areas we've already done. We've got quite a number of MIs that we referred, some that we put in the audit report recommendation, and there's a few that is also sitting at the remedial action, which we believe that if the accounting officer is not implementing those remedial action, is high likely that is going to land to the certificate of debt, which is the work that we are currently doing with the current audit to follow up on whether those remedial actions have been implemented. So the status of where our material irregularities are is that we issued, ever since we implemented, we issued 24. And those 24 material irregularities, the status where they are sitting, 13 of those, the accounting officers were able to resolve them. And then 4, the accounting officer is taking appropriate action to resolve, which we are following up during this audit cycle to confirm that those actions realized the intended purposes. And then the status of the other ones is that there were 3 that were sitting in the audit report where the accounting officer did not implement the appropriate actions, with the result that we put the recommendations in the audit report, and 3 of those is sitting at the Department of Education. And then the 2 referrals which we refer to the investigating bodies is one is for the human settlements, which is relating to for them where they pay the when there's a delays in the construction, instead of extending the time, but they rather went and pay for the standing time. And then for the Free State Development Corporation, where they're not recovering, they bought the electrical meter, which we were unable to verify. So therefore, that matter we have referred that to the other state bodies for investigation. And then there are also 3 that we also did both the referral and the remedial, and all of those 3 are sitting at human settlements, Chair. And then the next slide is the work that we do around about the infrastructure, Honorable Chair, where we take time to really look at the project life cycle, where we look at what are the processes that the departments take to make sure that there's proper planning for infrastructure, there's monitoring of the projects, as well as the commissioning of the project. And some of the key findings that I can just highlight, for example, under the planning, is where we could see that the departments are struggling because they don't have, upfront to ensure that they've got appropriate the operating procedures for them to guide in terms of monitoring those processes. The lack of social facilitation and stakeholder engagements. Hence, we're starting to see quite a lot of the strikes that are happening because the communities were not taken along as the projects that are going to take place in their areas. And some of them that we pick up, for example, is the issues around about the designs that are not properly designed. And then with regard to the project management and implementation, we do pick up instances of the work inspection, which is not work inspection, which is not done before the certification of payment, which result in some of the material irregularities, if we can look at the previous slides that I just spoke to, and also the delays in paying the variation orders, as well as the extension of time. And the last part, which is the commission, which I'm going to link it, Honorable Chair, to the next slide, as one of the example, where we identified that the maybe you can stay a little bit, Leslie, and on the last one, previous slide, just before we move, where we look at the commissioning of a project. And if we can look at this one specifically, that we at the Department of Health, we could see that there was once the project is finalized, there was the lack of safeguarding that complex, that facility. And also we see that there was lack of coordination between the infrastructure and the security department. And also there was not adequate involvement of the end user through the project life cycle. As a result, that even though the project was finalized, there were some deficiencies with the commissioning of that project, with the result that it resulted in the picture that you can go, Leslie, and now to the next slide, where when we went to one of the project at Health, we visited this project, which was supposed to be completed in 2019. And when we visited this project, you can see that the condition when we went in 2023, you can see that the guardhouse, how did it look like at that point in time? And we addressed that particular time some of the concerns because there was an issue. Hence, I highlighted the issue of the involvement of the user department. That there were some concerns with the user department of the lack of constructing the pharmacy and the mortuary in the facility. As a result, the end user did not make use of that facility. So it was standing idle without being utilized. So that was how we physically verified in 2023. It was very concerning, Honorable Chair, when we came back again in 2024, after we left some recommendations for them to deal with the issue of commissioning of that property so that it doesn't get to the stage of being vandalized. So you can see that the status of that facility, when we went back in 2024, that's a very same guardhouse, which had no security at the time, you can see that the extent of it being vandalized. If that is then the other picture is the picture that the facility inside, because that facility was ready for occupation. When we visited in 2023, this is how it looked like, but when we went back in 2023, this is how it turned out. So this matter, Honorable Chair, we started because there was the lack of safeguarding the state property. So we started to trigger our material irregularity powers, and we issued the material irregularity to the accounting officer, and we are busy assessing the response, but the indication, it looked like they are not appropriately addressing that. So we are highly likely going to take it to the next level in terms of dealing with that matter. And then the call to action that we left, Honorable Chair, because of lack of traction of some of the call to action that we gave in the previous year, you can see that some of the things are still repeating because we believe that those are the areas that they need to attend to so that they are able to improve fair presentation of financial statements, compliance with laws and regulations, as well as the service delivery. So we still leave the call to action to them to deal with the issue of investigating the UIFW and implement the consequences. We highlighting that also the Premier, with the support from the coordinating ministries, which is Provincial Treasury, that they need to ensure that they deal with the issue of the credibility of the performance reporting, because we believe that this is the area for them if they want to improve service delivery, they want to ensure that they improve the lived experience of the citizens, is the area that they need to pay attention to. Then we also leave the call to action for them to deal with the issue of the infrastructure challenges, because if you can see just this one example that I shared for health department, there's quite a lot of similar challenges that we have in infrastructure in general in the province, where the intended infrastructure to be delivered is not delivered, and in some instances the costing is way over than what was anticipated in terms of the budgeting because of the delays that are there. And then we also left the call to action, also, Honorable Chair, for them to make sure that they timely implement the audit action plans so that they are able to improve the financial controls and reliability of the performance reportings, compliance, as well as the monitoring of the infrastructure. So those are the call to action that we leave as the recommendation. And I can say, Honorable Chair, that the response that we received, which we are busy following up with the current audit, these are the commitments that they gave, which are aligned to the recommendations that we gave. We did receive the commitment from the Speaker for them through the oversight to ensure that they follow up on the resolution, because it was the gap that they have, that they take the resolutions but they never follow up on them. The Office of the Premier to capacitate the PMU to develop to be instrumental in the development of the standard operating procedures. And then Provincial Treasury committed to also put in extra measures to monitor the implementation of the infrastructure projects, to drive, again, continue to drive the investigation of the UIFW, and also monitor the timely implementation of the audit action plan. With regard to COGTA, we were concerned, particularly the monitoring that they do to local government, where they were not preparing the Section 131 MFMA report, where, as well as the 47 reports, where they compile reports, consolidated reports on the performance of the municipalities, and table those to the legislature to enable the oversight that needs to take place by the legislature. And lastly, the commitment that they made with regard to them follow up the status of the material irregularities at the municipalities, because we find out is the area that the local government is not as responsive as the provincial department to deal with the issues of the material irregularities. So this is the end of the briefing that we have, Honorable Chair, particularly for the Free State. Then I'll hand over to Sharon to direct us for the next colleague, whether we go for the Northern Cape now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Odwa. I think, Charles, you can come in immediately. Thank you so much.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Sharon, and thank you very much, Chair, and also the honorable members of the Select Committee on Finance. As Sharon has indicated, my name is Charles Baloyi, heading the Northern Cape. So I think let's go to the next slide. So I know, Honorable Chair, we don't have enough time, but I think there's 5 messages that I want to leave with the committee for the Northern Cape. So I think when you look at the Northern Cape, we've got a number of auditees that have improved to clean audit and look at the first year of administration, which is about 50% of the 12 departments. So I think that for me is one of the great achievements in terms of driving transparency and also the accountability. And also one of the critical things that has happened in the province is that at least for 2023-2024, there was no unauthorized expenditure that was incurred in the province. So I think that is one of the positive things that we've realized in the province. Then when we look at the second one is that we're having challenges, as Free State has already indicated, on the service delivery department, where there's a lot of challenges. As you can see, 6 departments in the province, which is 50% of the departments, are struggling with predetermined objectives, meaning that when you look at Department of Education, for example, they struggle to include some of the indicators in the annual performance report that are linked to their mandate, which is a Schools Act, and also in terms of the medium-term strategic framework. So those are some of the things that we need to start looking at in terms of, what about 17 that was not included. And also Department of Health. Health used to get a disclaimer on the annual performance report, but in the 23-24, they managed to move to qualified. So, but there's still a lot of challenges in terms of what they need to do as Department of Health. Number 3, I think Otto spoke about the infrastructure life cycle, where we look at different stages in terms of planning, in terms of the project implementation, and also in terms of the project management and also the commissioning. So what we've seen in the province is that there's a lot of challenges in this area where most of the municipalities, they don't manage their project effectively, efficiently, and economically. So I think when you look at what we focused on, and also maybe just to look at this particular slide, most of the department, they struggle with this. And I'll give some examples to show some of these matters. The other thing that I want to share with you is when you look at currently the Northern Cape, we've got Public Works, Department of Roads and Public Works, that are responsible for implementing the project for Department of Health and also Education. But when you look at the spending, the user departments are the one who's paying the expenditure. So there's a lot of challenges in terms of driving consequence management, because procurement is happening in Public Works and the spending is happening in the department. So that's one thing that we advocating, that maybe something that we must look at, so that where the procurement is taking place is also where the expenditure is taking place. That will drive accountability in the province. The last part is the material irregularities, Chair, that I want to leave you with, to say that we've raised about 21 material irregularities with about 127 million financial loss. So that is an area that some of the departments, especially Department of Agriculture and also Department of Public Works, that's where most of the material irregularities are concentrated to, which I'm of the view that we need to make sure that, and I think recently we've also engaged with the Premier to make sure that it can also intervene to assist us to address because some of these material irregularities are sitting under the recommendation stages. Then the last part is on the compliance. So the compliance is sitting with about 60% or 50% of the departments that are not complying to laws and regulations. And when you look at some of the three top areas where the departments are struggling, we talk about consequence management, where 50% of the department are struggling with that. And also talk about the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where they could not prevent, where the department could not prevent this, is about 42%, which is 5 departments. And also the procurement, a lot of challenges on the procurement, whereby about 5 departments struggle with that area. So maybe let's go to let's focus on the slides on the financial health, Leslie Ann. Yeah, so this is one of the slides that maybe I just want to touch on. I think when you look at this, as I've indicated earlier on, when I was talking about the 5 messages that I want to share with the communities, that unauthorized expenditure, yes, we don't have any issues in the current year, but it's still in other years where there's still opening balance of this unauthorized expenditure. But you look at the regular expenditure, you can see that the 23-24, you've got about 4.5 billion, which most of that irregular expenditure was the Department of Health, where the officials have approved transaction without delegation. So that actually resulted in irregular expenditure. The other one is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is talking about 35 million, which mostly is the Department of Health because they are paying the service providers very late. So I've already spoke about one of the things that also contribute to this financial pressures in the local government, the departments. But when you look at this, you can look at the right-hand side, we've got about 712 million, that is the claims against the departments. And what we're saying is that some of these funds are not budgeted for. So it means that those are the funds that needs to be moved from a service delivery to actually pay for these claims. So when you look at Department of Health specifically, they've got about the biggest chunk of this amount is about 573 million. That they've actually, where the people are actually claiming against this because of the medical claims. So that's one of the things that we're saying. We're of the view that if the department is struggling to even pay the service providers, but they've got so much money that they actually have to, because of the negligence, that they need to pay to the other service providers. So, Chair, I think we've shared the slides. So I just want to make sure that my colleague from Western Cape, Sangita, can also maybe be able to take you through the presentation. I think I'll leave it here but I've tried to summarize some of the 5 things that I want to share with you for Northern Cape. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Charles, and good afternoon or good morning to Honourable Chair and Honourable members. I'll be doing the presentation around the Western Cape. So I'll quickly move on to where we left off in terms of 2023, the province continued to have predominantly clean audit outcomes and managed to maintain that in terms of the environment. So where we left off was then still a very stable control environment together with good financial governance practices. And we believe that it is a good platform for having greater impact in terms of service delivery. There are certain initiatives that are run by the coordinating institutions at the provincial leadership level, such as the corporate governance review and outlook processes that have really helped to sustain the environment. And where we left off was that these need to continue. The support that they get from the Department of the Premier, the Provincial Treasury, local government, and other partners in the accountability ecosystem is really important that for it to maintain that environment. There was also concentration on the fact that Department of Premier to intensify their reviews around the APPs as well as the reports so that it can be aligned to the framework, and ultimately if there is any of the matters that were there in the previous year, that those be addressed and supporting those departments. Also concentration in terms of the internal audit's role and the audit committee's role around oversight, monitoring and assurance that's provided in terms of financial and performance reporting. So we go into the outcomes for the 23-24 financial year. You'll see that the province managed to still continue keeping the highest amount of clean audits, with all the auditees, all the departments receiving an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. And we attribute this to ultimately, the continued oversight and support, as I've mentioned, from the coordinating institutions, as well as that culture of good governance that's coming through. What it also does is it allows for institutionalization of budgetary controls, the disciplines around monthly monitoring and monthly reporting, as well as those financial and performance management disciplines that are implemented. You'll see on this picture is that we've, in terms of the last year, we had two new departments, the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Mobility. So the previous Department of Human Settlements was put into and merged and transferred into the previous Department of Transport and Public Works. So what we found in the last cycle was that mobility did have a compliance finding, which then it got an unqualified with findings outcome, and then education still continued to struggle with its performance information, where it had usefulness and reliability issues as well as completeness of targets. One improvement was in terms of Westgrow, where they managed to deal with their compliance matters. I just unpack a little bit in terms of education on the next slide, you'll see that in terms of our planning, budgeting, monitoring and reporting cycle in terms of government, we do have to do the plan our processes to actually do the process, the check what's the status and ultimately act. And what we found is that education did not include key medium-term strategic framework performance indicators in their APP, and ultimately impacted on the completeness of the indicators and the targets. So when we looked at the work that they had, the reasons why they did not have this in place is that they didn't have standard operating procedures implemented for them to be able to gather that information, and a process for them to have a reliable information in terms of the indicators and targets that they report on. But overall, as a province, the reporting of the performance information is in a good space. We do get credible reports submitted for audit. Ultimately, before audit, we had 3 departments that had matters, and education was the only department that could not sort their matters out for reporting purposes to get, and the findings remained in the auditor's report. The next slide is just a quick reflection on the key service delivery departments and the outlook in terms of their achievement of targets. It's just from an overview perspective. I wouldn't be going into much detail, but it's almost to reflect on identifying what the impact is in terms of non-achievement of targets, and ultimately the root causes attached to it. Just briefly, in terms of the province for infrastructure, we did do some work around project progress and quality. And what we found was that if we raised matters in the previous year around quality and defects of bills, we found that it did have a good impact, whereas in the next year we found good quality works. There were some delays in terms of timelines and additional costs and poor performance, and ultimately those types of findings indicate that it would obviously impact in terms of service delivery and timing of actually ultimately providing the works that need to be provided. The root causes that we found was, to some extent, there wasn't sufficient planning and design, and it was the timing thereof, where you have contractors and PSPs that don't necessarily perform and you don't hold them accountable, and ultimately just the cooperation and delayed provision of utility services from the local government space. So in terms of recommendations, I think from a holistic planning perspective, our recommendations were that there needs to be really good, effective plans put in place, adequate planning being done with local government as well, very close monitoring of contractors, and obviously consequence management if that does not filter through. In terms of material irregularities as a province, we've issued only one MI since the time the amendments have been implemented. This was at human settlements, and the matter is resolved, the MI is resolved. We believe that the accounting officer implemented appropriate action. Ultimately, it has brought about an improvement in the control environment based on what was implemented. To then move on to then the call to action. Ultimately, we want the province to be able to sustain its good governance, because we do believe that it is a good foundation for it to be able to lead in terms of service delivery and improve the methods of service delivery. Our message to the accountability ecosystem was to make sure that they continue with the culture of accountability, and that it does have an improved impact on the lived realities of the citizens, and to make sure that key improvement focus is done on infrastructure. So for provincial leadership, it was more from the perspective of saying the annual performance plans and the annual performance reports that are reviewed by provincial leadership to continue to do those reviews and identify the areas that will help to fill the gap, especially when it comes to education, where they did not have the completeness of targets, but we also found reliability matters. The second one was for portfolio committees to review the annual performance plans in a timely manner, so that they can give inputs into those plans, and ultimately when the recommendations come out by those committees, that the Premier's office then also follows up on those recommendations and implementation of the APPs, ultimately to have an impact on its implementation. And then for provincial leadership to find mechanisms to adequately manage how they're going to plan for the future, especially around project delivery, and also the dedicated capabilities that they have in place to improve on service delivery. And obviously with the consideration around intergovernmental planning and coordination being key there. When we then did give these recommendations, the commitments that we did receive from the Premier was to make sure that they heed the call to action for this improvement, to make sure that the departments do get to a space of not having findings. And then secondly, for the Premier to work closely with the MECs to be able to implement the recommendations. And ultimately for that intergovernmental coordination, where that will then help in terms of service delivery. When we engaged with the Speak, also the commitment that we received was that they would develop and implement an accountability governance oversight model that will be applied at provincial parliament, specifically in relation to the standing committees, which we understand the Deputy Speaker is chairing the chair of chairs. And they will drive the model of oversight, especially through the executive authorities. So that in a nutshell is then the outcome for the Western Cape. Thank you. Back to you, Sharon.
Thank you so much, Sangeeta, Odwa, and Charles. So, Honourable Chair, that is our part for today. We'll hand over to you and we're open for any questions or comments. But thank you so much. Back to you, Honourable Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Adams. Thanks very much for the informative presentation of the three provinces. Can I check if honorable members have got questions to ask the presenters? Honorable Sivisa, Swart, Honorable Ryder. I see only 3 hands for now. Honorable Sivisa.
No, thank you, Chair. And let me thank the presenters for their presentation, Chair. Chair, I have a question for the audit of Northern Cape. I want to start there. I've got only one. For Northern Cape, I need to check something, Chair. Maybe I'll get the response later, because how do we identify that a project is complete? I'm asking this question because during our provincial week, we were doing oversight based on infrastructure, and some projects were not part of, but they were part of the report that we received, but they were not part of the places where we went to do oversight, and some of us later went to these projects. There's a school in Pietersville, which is currently, there are learners on the premises, but there is still construction going on, even though the school was handed over. So I'm asking this question because when you hand over a project, it means that the project is complete. But if you go on site where there are learners, and we are speaking about a primary school, where there are learners on the premises, and then there are still contractors on the premises that are still doing work. And taking into consideration, it's a concern, Chair, taking into consideration what's happening nowadays in schools, the raping of kids on school premises, and then there is a handover that was done. Maybe the question needs to be directed to the MEC of Public Works and Infrastructure to say a school was handed over, but still there is still construction going on. Is the project identified as complete or in progress, but the school was handed over? That's a question for Northern Cape, just to get the clarity. Chair, we are finding the same problems across. I think we saw the same with North-West, we saw the same with Eastern Cape. We are seeing the same with Free State, the same with Northern Cape, that the service delivery departments are not doing what needs to be done. And it's a Chair.
So my apologies, Honorable Sivisa. Honorable members, please, can you mute yourself? Secretary, can you please, can you manage the situation? Thank you.
Then those departments, thank you, Chair, those departments is where the problem is. And the scariest part is when you go to Free State, where if the office of the Premier, and I think I've also raised this with the Eastern Cape, if the office of the Premier is not performing, and you find a report that says, like the office of the Premier, their expenses or they are irregular and wasteful moves from 53 million to 76, then it's a concern, Chair. It's a concern that needs to be addressed with the Premier to say that you can't find yourself in a situation whereby you've got irregular and wasteful expenditure. You are the person that's supposed to see that those things don't happen. But if they happen in your office, then we are going to have a problem to deal with the others. It's a concern, the issue of Mansopa, whereby in 2023, the facilities were in, I would classify as good condition. and then the province doesn't do anything to make sure that the facilities are actually utilized. Now the facilities have been vandalized. The question that comes up is, where is the money going to come from to redo the whole project? Because when you look at the damage that is there, we are not speaking about 50 rands or 100 rands. A lot of money is going to be spent there. Taking into consideration that same with the Northern Cape, overcrowded classes, Department of Education is not utilizing their money. They are not doing what needs to be done, because if you are sitting with a class of overcrowded class, it means that you won't be able to pay attention. So which means that we need to spend more money on infrastructure. But if public works and infrastructure and road and public works and roads and transport do not do what needs to be done, and they do not do a proper handover, they do not put into place the recommendations by the Auditor General, then it means that you are forever going to spend money that is not there, Chair. And it's a concern. We can't have targets versus budgets, and then you don't meet your targets. You either overspend, and you can't even account where the money is because you haven't reached your targets. Human settlement, these are all problems in most of the provinces, Chair. We are still waiting for the other provinces to hear what's happening. But those are my concerns, Chair. And I'm also going to emphasize again, we are going to ask questions, but we are asking questions to the wrong people. The people that are supposed to be answering us need to come and answer us and tell us, why are their provinces not performing? Why are their provinces not, their departments not performing? Human settlement in Northern Cape is a crisis. People are looking for places to stay. There are sites that have been identified, but still they have not been developed. And we are still speaking about giving provinces money, and then they can't utilize. Northern Cape returned money that could have been utilized for something else, especially in the service delivery department's, Chair. So we are going to speak here and ask for the questions, but at the end of the day, the people that are supposed to give us responses need to come and give us responses to the questions and make us understand why are they not performing. I'm going to stop there for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Sibisa, and thanks also for acknowledging that we'll be asking questions to the relevant, to the wrong people. Obviously, as per our program, the provinces will be coming to also account to the report has been presented by AG today. So even if maybe the AG could not answer some of the things, the province will come and will be able to note some of the comments from the briefing from the AG. And let's make sure that we don't lose them, so that as the provinces come and do the presentation, we can be able to ask them. Thanks very much, Honorable Suisa. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, and I've agreed in what you just said, and also Honorable Suisa. Listening to the reports, Honorable Chairperson, and I also said it before. This comes on along, from how many administration to now to the 7th administration, and people are really struggling. We're sitting in government now, and I'm sometimes worried, when and how can we really make the difference? We are in the game and we're in the business of. We need to change people's lives and where they stay, the conditions where they stay. I can't, also in the previous presentations, I can't believe that we are here after 31 years and we're still struggling to do the right thing right. And I said it, it's about capacity. It's about, I'm glad that our members raised it. We need to take oversight more serious, because we're waiting on the reports from AGSA and see all the mismanagement and the corruption, and then afterwards you say we need to do oversight, and then there need to be accountability and consequences. So, Chair, the one or two issues that stood out for me is that on the material irregularities and accountability. It has been reported, significant material irregularities, and I've seen it somewhere, including it's about, I think, 426 million in the Free State, 127 million Northern Cape, and in the case of the North-West, the question is, what is the status of the material irregularities referred for further investigation? And why is there a delay in recovering losses or applying consequences? Everybody I've listened and I've heard consequence management. There need to be consequences. And I've for how many months now, I've heard consequence management. But really, we need to come to the bottom. There need to be consequences. The audit regression in key departments out of the reports. Thank you, AG, for all your report and all for your hard work that you do to put what's happening outside, to put it in reports so that we can see what's going on. My concern is on departments like education and health in some provinces continue to receive findings related to unreliable performance reporting. Now the question is, how can the legislatures take to support the AG's recommendations and ensure departments implement proper technical indicator descriptions and SOPs? There is a lot of recommendations in all reports that I've read, but what is happening? How brave and that recommendations? How far and how serious is the leadership? And that is what Honorable Sawisha also referred to. We're talking to the wrong people. What is happening with the recommendations year after year out of the reports of the AG? And then across several provinces, the AG's flag issues with performance indicators not being specific, measurable or verifiable. Now, I just want to ask AG, what role can you as the Auditor General play in training or capacity building of officials in strategic planning and M&Es to address this recurring issues in the provinces and the departments? And then in your on infrastructure failures and site audit insights, in your site visits, recurring issues include poor project planning, inadequate, and that is a problem, poor project planning, inadequate inspections that we've listened and heard, unqualified contractors, that's happening every day. Would you recommend that Treasury revise the IDMS protocols or introduce stricter early phase project assessments before funds are dispersed? And the last one, Honourable Chair, is the transparency and implementation of the audit recommendations that I've also referred to. And that is really, there's a lot of work that's been put to this report. There's recommendations, and this recommendation just didn't just came and fly out of the air. That is recommendations because of the reality on the ground level. So the question, what recourse does the AG have when recommendations are ignored year after year? And I'm from the Western Cape. I'm glad to be part of the Western Cape. I really want to congratulate the outcome of the Western Cape's reports. And that is why I also said we are all part of this South African puzzle. We need to learn from one another. We need to come and talk to, and because that is we serve the people of the whole of South Africa. So thank you for the report, and that is just my concerns and questions, Chair Lady.
Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, those two spoke for so long, I nearly forgot what I wanted to ask. Chairperson, yeah, thank you very much to the Auditor General. I think we do appreciate your work and the way that your work enables us to do our work a little bit better and ask the correct questions, which should, as Honorable Siwisa mentioned and Honorable Swart underscored, it should be directed to the right people. So I think that look, the AG's report today could have been titled "The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly," I think. But I'll allow you to put the relevant ones in the categories according to your own perceptions. But realistically, what we're seeing here, and I don't want to interrogate each individual analysis. I want to look at a principal matter, Chairperson, and say that we have audits that come out every year. And they're important. They tell us a story, and as I said, they guide us in our work of oversight. The question one should always ask is, what is the auditee doing about the outcomes of those audits? And it was refreshing to hear that in the Western Cape, there's been good responses, and where issues are where there are matters of emphasis, matters of irregularities and so on. Example, the Western Cape is dealing with them. I think the Northern Cape is also showing an improving trend, and we've seen it historically in the stance of the Premier of the Northern Cape, where there's genuinely an attempt to improve the way that they're working, improve their governance and so on. Now, so, when you have consistently, I mean, anyone can drop the ball, Chair, and this is what one must realize, is that an audit is a snapshot in a specific space in time, and so things go wrong from time to time, and we accept that. But, when the Auditor General points something out, I think the big question is, what are you doing about that? Once the matter's been highlighted, how are you responding to the problem? And I do think that in instances, Chairperson, and here I'm getting to the principal argument that I want to make, in instances where there are repeated poor audit outcomes, in instances where repeatedly, in spite of the Auditor General's concerns being raised, there's no improvement, or where there's in fact a regression, there needs to be a further step taken, Chair. Otherwise, an audit is just a report that goes onto a pile of paper and gets shredded when the MP leaves office. It can't be that. The fact is that there should be something that comes out of this. So, Chairperson, I think that we need to start seriously considering, and a good point of departure will be our earlier discussions on the North-West. Based on our visit or on our oversight or on a report that we present, one of the actions emanating out of that should be a request to the COGTA Select Committee that they need to take this matter further and investigate these issues. It should perhaps also include a letter to the Minister of COGTA And whilst we cannot give ministers instructions, Chairperson, and I would be most reluctant to do that, we can certainly implore ministers to take matters seriously and seriously consider going into interventions where these need to be done, whether they be 154 interventions or Section 100 or 139 interventions, depending on the sphere of government. Chairperson, I think that having these discussions about poor audit outcomes is all good and well, but where there is no attempt to improve governance outcomes, I really believe that there should be a follow-up, and I believe that it's not necessarily our role to do that. We certainly can encourage the select committee and the minister to take up the investigations further once we've highlighted to them. But we can't allow the Auditor General's work, as good as it is, to just die a miserable death. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Brett.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Once again, thank you very much to the Auditor General's Office for the presentations. Only an idea that I wanted to put out here, and it is only an idea, but having listening to the Auditor General for a fair amount of time now, we see a recurring theme, and that is consequence management. Now, the phrase consequence management has become a popular buzzword with little substance in many instances, especially regarding incomplete and derelict projects. Maybe the time has come to look at legislation for criminal investigation to follow adverse AG findings against individuals and contracted companies as a natural consequence for an adverse finding of irregularities. And maybe it's time to criminalize these irregular outcomes. But that's only a thought. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable, thanks very much. I think our members, I don't see any other hands here. Okay, Honorable Hadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think that I'll also join the crew in appreciating the reports which were given by the Office of the AG. But what is bad, in my constituency, I think that certain things must be referred to the law enforcement agencies. In my constituency, when coming to the Human Settlement Department, we are having a problem where you find that in one site, one house, there are 3 different beneficiaries. You go again, the other problem which you have, when we deal with this issue of SMMEs who are supposed to benefit from these projects, we find that foreign nationals are building the houses that taken from Lesotho and brought to the Free State, whatever it might be. So what can the Office of the AG do about that? Because I think that we did change the law around the AG office that they must be able to refer to staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Hadebe. AG.
Thank you so much, Chair.
You will be able to guide the officials on how to respond in terms of the questions of honorable members.
Perfect. No, 100%, Chair. So thank you so much, Chair and honorable members, for the questions. So there would be specific things that I will ask Audit to come in and some things for Charles, but I thought some of the questions, Honorable Chair, and the comments that was given was also more in terms of to say when we call these respective provinces in, it's some of the probing questions that will be asked for them. But I thought there's a few things that I thought important that I just wanted to comment on, and then I will specifically just hand over to Audit just to speak specifically about some of the areas specifically in the Free State, as has been mentioned, on the irregular expenditure for the payment, the condition of the hospital in Mansopa that was mentioned, and also in terms of the regressions of some of the audit outcomes that has been seen. And then Charles will also then respond in terms of some of those things specifically from a project perspective for Petrus Dal, as the Honourable Member has indicated in the regressions and what do we see. But one of the things, Honourable Chair, that I just wanted to comment on, so the first one, I think that the Honourable Member has raised about the completeness of the project. So one of the things that we do look when a project is commissioned. And basically, when we're looking at this to say, is this project now completed? Can this facility be utilized in that regard? So that's something definitely from our side, and you will notice in the slide deck itself. But I think Charles can also just elaborate further. There were instances where it was indicated it's completed. When we visited the site, it was not completed. So definitely, I think that's an important question that the Honourable Member can take up further with the province itself, because of course, then it could be potentially putting the risk at the others at risk, because there could be things that the thing is practical completed, but there's still a snag list, no? And based on that snag list, there's retention money that's kept back of small little things that needs to be done. But I'm going to also just allow Charles to comment on that. Then the other one was just on the key service delivery departments, Honourable Chair, where the comment was made. And yes, this is basically a trend analysis that we do see specifically in the Free State and in the Northern Cape, where the key service delivery departments are not performing well, especially those that gets the biggest budget in that regard. And we find, as you saw in the demonstration of the slides, even the underachievement then of the targets and indicators in that regard. Then I wanted maybe just to comment on the other comments, specifically in the MI process, because there was raised by the Honourable Member to say, when it comes to the MI process, so what are your next steps from the AG perspective? So, Honourable Chair, this is also an area that we do find challenging, and I'm also part of this committee that oversees the MIs from an organisational perspective. And a lot of times where we see things become stuck in the system. So as the process unfolds, we would basically discover the MI, either a harm MI or where there's a financial loss. We would issue this to the accounting officer. This information would go in the audit report of that specific entity or department or municipality. But what we do find a lot of times, this recommendations goes in the audit report and there's no corrective action. And we do basically also then from an oversight perspective, when these audit reports are being tabled, from an oversight mechanism, the proper oversight then should happen to ask the questions of the MIs. Because in a lot of them we find we issue the recommendations, from the recommendations there's not a responsiveness, we have to go over then to the next steps, which are the remedial action. So, and then also we do referrals. So there's quite a number of MIs, I think Ottawa can also maybe just go further in terms of those ones that we've referred to the law enforcement agencies. So we go through the process. And I think Charles can also share an example where we actually, before we actually issued an MI, we went for to say this matter needs to be taken further and investigated within the Northern Cape, which they are currently looking at. So definitely, I do believe if every role player in the accountability ecosystem play their part, we can find ourselves in a position that these matters are swiftly dealt with. Then also in the area of the consequence management, and that's what we see throughout, both in the PFMA space and in the local government space, that this is a big challenge where it comes to repeat irregular expenditure that we find, repeat unauthorized or repeat wasteful expenditure. So this comes again in terms of the disciplines from a provincial treasury perspective and in a national perspective in terms of those compliance to those laws and regulations and strict compliance to those laws and regulations, because there's a reason why those laws and regulations are there in that regard. Then maybe from the other one, I wanted just to comment on the AOPL before I'm going to ask Ottawa just to come in from the Free State side. From an AOPL perspective, so definitely as the Honourable Member was raised, what more can be done from a training perspective? So we do know from the National School of Government in the past years, they've also then assisted departments to first of all provide assistance to say, when you have to put your performance plan together in terms of your strategic plan, so they've provided training in that regard. And also the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, they've got a key role to play from an oversight perspective to review this AP from a national perspective and how it filters down to the various departments. So they've also then got a key role to play from an oversight perspective. And then specifically when it comes to the training, that is an option from the NSG that I do know they do roll out a specific training in this area and also providing support to the departments. But Orwa, can I hand over to you then to come in with the Free State specific questions? And then Charles can come in. There was nothing specifically I noted for the Western Cape specifically. But if you can come in, Orwa, to respond to some of those matters. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sharon. So if I can maybe that start just with regard to the work that we do, just in general, where we see that there's lack of response by the leadership to deal with the recommendations that we have so that we can improve the audit outcome. So I can just reflect, if I'm reflecting, Honorable Chair, that if we're looking at the picture for the Free State, if you're looking from the previous term up until to where we are, there is some level of improvement in those outcomes. Because if you look at where we were in 2018-19 up to where we are today, there was actually 8 improvements in the outcome and there was only 1 regression. However, it is the picture that is not a desired picture that needs to be dealt with so that we can be able to make sure that the outcome is translated to the impact that we see to the lived experience of the citizens. So usually what we do around about where we see there's no progress, we forever challenge ourselves to link to the areas that we believe that management is not paying attention to and link it to the extended powers that we have. So for example, on the issues that we know that there's lack of attention to deal with the issues of service delivery through the reliable performance reporting, we started to trigger some material irregularities around about the lack of attention to those areas. And in some instances, we're starting to see that the leadership starting to respond in a positive manner, where they're starting to put in some processes, where they're starting to develop some procedures that are guiding the officials as to how they must deal with the matter of ensuring that there are processes of designing these key performance indicators, as also there's a discipline to ensure that the supporting documentation is not an afterthought process, but is something that while you're busy developing your indicator, you already think about this is how you're going to collate the information. So they're starting to see some level of attention because we're starting to trigger some of these extended powers. The issues around about the compliance with laws and regulation, which is also one of the hindrance for them to see the improvement in the outcome to realize the clean audit opinions. Those are the things that we also, through our audit machinery, continue to look at what are those non-compliance that we can link it to the definition of the material irregularities. Hence, you can see, Honorable Chair, quite a number of material irregularities that we have issued in the province, where we're driving the discipline, particularly around about the poor payment practices, where if we identified that the money has been paid, but there was no service in return to receive for the institution. Another interesting one, I think, is the one that I mentioned, where we even zoom to the extent of looking at when the auditees craft the contract on behalf of the institutions. Are these contracts done in a manner that did benefit the institution, which we are able to pick up in some of the instances, and we're able to trigger raise the material irregularity in terms of our extended powers. And then with regard to the Premier, I think I did mention it earlier, and I'm glad that the honorable members feel the same, that the Office of the Premier should be leading by example. We cannot have the Office of the Premier that while they are housing the people that should be monitoring the performance of the province, but they cannot get it right in their own yard or in their own space. So in the area that we are focusing on, we are engaging quite a lot with the Honorable Premier in the province to ensure that they capacitate the people that are in that unit so that they are able to fulfill their role, to ensure that they are able to perform the oversight. The issues of irregular expenditure, we cannot really see it that they are the ones who are not leading by example. Hence, you'll see that over a number of years, we've been focusing quite a lot in the Free State on the Office of the Premier around about the irregularities that they have with regard to the issue of the international bursaries. But I can say that where we are today, because of the persistent that we have to raise the matters, to refer, because that's another area that we also referred through our extended powers to the SIU, this issue that relating to the international bursaries. With the result of that, they end up stopping the practice. There are no more international bursaries that they are awarding. They are just finalizing the students that are still busy, but their focus now rather be more on the domestic bursaries and utilize the same principles that we've been raising with them to ensure that there must be a process to identify the students. There must be a process also to ensure that you monitor the progress in terms of the students to make sure that the money that we are giving to them, we are not just throwing the money and look at the other way around, but we must make sure that we spend the money so that it can have an impact back to government. And then the last one, I think the one that on the Mansopa one, again, I think it's also the pretty or the good thing around about implementing our extended powers, because if I can reflect in the past, before we get the extended powers, we would have just stopped where we are just recommending to the auditee to say, just make sure that you've got the right processes of commissioning this department without the property being vandalized. But because of the extended powers, we were able to drill down to identify what has failed, what landed to the facility at Mansopa, where the hospital that the government has spent 29 million, that after some time that you realize that that full 29 million has been wiped up because of the lack of safeguarding. So we're able to identify what went wrong, and in that you are able to bring the element of who did not do what they were supposed to do, so that we are able to support government to be able to drill down and identify the people that we need to implement the consequences against, and to make sure that we instill the practice of accountability in general in government by making sure that we shift the culture so that there's a focus of making sure that if I know that I've done something wrong, there will be consequences that will be implemented against me. So I think, Sharon, if I'm correct, I think those are the key ones. I think that you referred to me, the Mansopa, the Premier, as well as the regression in the audit outcome. They do things that we do utilizing our extended powers to respond to the lack of the implementation of the recommendations that we've been giving. Thanks.
Perfect. No, thank you so much, Odwa. Charles, can you basically come in on the Northern Cape ones, and then I've got just one or two things to then wrap up with the responses, and then we can hand over back to the chair.
Okay. No, thanks, Sharon, and through your chair, you spoke about the question specifically for Northern Cape. We talk about some schools where there was construction and they've not finalized, they've not completed the school, and the kids have already moved in. So I think what we looked at, and I think that when we look at other projects, we've also seen that there's a stage that they call the practical completion. So it means that, and I think Sharon spoke to it earlier on, because when you are involved in the project, there's also retention money that is kept by the department in case of the if there's any small defect, that minor defect that they can correct. So I think, but also that one, maybe when the department also come in, they can also elaborate more. But we've seen that in other instances, when the stage is at that practical completion, then the kids can move to schools. But on the other side, the contractor might still be there and doing the minor repairs to the school because of, in terms of the retention that was agreed upfront to say they retain certain amount until all the defects are corrected. So I think that is there. We've also seen on one of the schools that were really, the one that is in Kimberley, also when it reached that practical completion, then the school, the kids actually moved to school. And then I think you also mentioned something about, I know the department will come and respond. We spoke about overcrowded classes. And I think what we've seen, and it's something that we've raised also during our audit, we're saying that sometimes this, if you don't have proper project management, then in some other instances, you look at the delayed project and or the quality thereof of the project, you find that they've got a school that they are constructing that I think really in Kimberley, in Khalishewe, but on the other side, when they build that school, there is other schools that need to accommodate those children. And at the end, you find that when the project is delayed, that also causes overcrowding. I remember the Kimberley Junior had to take some of the students. So I think that's one of the things that we've seen actually with where like the implications of this delayed project. And I think on the and I think when we look at Department of Education, I did indicate when I was presenting that one of the biggest things that we identified was some of the indicators that were not included as part of the annual performance report. And one of the indicator that we're referring to is the one that program 6 that talks about infrastructure development. So in there, you talk about the new additional grade R classroom that must be built and the construction of the schools. So those things are not actually prioritized or included on our performance report. And those are some of the things to alleviate this overcrowding. So those are some of the things that we've raised as part of Department of Education for them to start including these matters. And then I think you also obviously spoke about women settlement. Yes, I think when I was presenting, specifically for Northern Cape, when you look at the amount that was spent for this, was about 99% that was spent for program 2, which is women settlement. But when you look at the achievements, and I think others spent a lot of time when it was talking about Free State, then they only achieve about 18%. And I think which talks to the challenges that you've alluded to in terms of the housing of the people on them. But we also know that I think they've received of about 1 billion that they will be dealing with. They will be building the houses in Northern Cape. So we are busy when we look at that project in a 24-25 audit. And I think one of the things that we also focus on, also look in terms of the audit process, just to look at the list of the people that are supposed to get the houses and when did they get the houses? Because sometimes you find someone is on the list, but that person is not actually receiving those houses. So that's one of the things that we'll also be focusing on. And maybe let me also touch on what Honorable Swart has indicated in terms of when we talk about some of the there were material irregularities for investigations. We do have a couple of those material irregularities that we've referred to other public bodies. Like you've got one, the Department of Health, which was talking about the waste management, whereby they didn't follow supply chain processes. And at that point in time, the relevant stakeholder was National Treasury, where we refer that to National Treasury, and I think at the end they referred to the HOG. So those are some of the, we also have, I know it's not part of maybe the department that we presented, the TVET, the urban TVET, whereby there was also some issues in terms of the quotation that were amended, that was also referred to the SIU. There's also the other one on the public works, whereby there's, I think in terms of the presentation that I've shared with you, there's a project there, the Konmamatwane, the last project, a Department of Road and Public Works, whereby they spend about almost 160 million, but there's nothing to show for it on the ground. So actually, when we engaged with the Premier, he was telling us that the people there, actually the road was much better before they started constructing the road. So what we've done, we've referred the matter also to the SIU and also include recommendations in the audit report. So there is other instances whereby we look at who is a relevant body that can deal with such matters, then we'll refer to those public bodies. Maybe the last one that I can also look at, I think Honorable Swart spoke about the capacity building. What we've done, especially look at Northern Cape specifically, we've got 6 departments that are actually doing well in that area. Remember, for you to receive a clean audit or unqualified opinion with no findings on compliance and pre-term objectives, you need to make sure that at least on the pre-term objective, you don't have material findings. So what we are trying to do there is to ensure that one of the call to action was the Office of the Premier to also make sure that they focus on those key departments, key service delivery departments, which education and also health, to make sure that they can also capacitate those departments and make sure that they can improve on it, because that's the only area that is actually linked. And I think I've just alluded now, when you look at Department of Education, to say if they don't include those key indicators, it means that they won't be measured on some of the indicators that will improve the lived realities of the students or the community. So that's one of the things that we've done. And also what we've done, we've seen most of the departments now, they actually call us to say, AG, we don't understand some of this APO. Please come when they have these strategic sessions. We've seen some the departments call us to come and be part of those sessions and also just explain to them to capacitate them. So even Department of Health, as I've indicated, health is one of the departments that has been receiving disclaimer for many years on the APO, but they've moved now in the current year. And that is also because of we also attend their regular quarterly engagement and also capacitate them and also indicate where did they go wrong so that they can not make the same mistakes in the future. And I think on the other ones, I think when we look at Honorable Swart, Honorable Ryder, we spoke about the issues of our recommendation not being adhered to or not adhered to. So I think what we've done, and look at most instances, we actually identify an accountability ecosystem. Who are the people that we can actually engage? Look at what happened last year, the people that did not heed our recommendations. Then we look at the different people in the accountability ecosystem so that they can come in and assist us in those. So we identify some other instances to find that maybe the MEC Finance is the one that is actually influential and can assist us in those instances. Then we identify those stakeholders so they can assist in terms of making sure that they action our recommendations. But what we've also done now is that if you don't act on a recommendation, then we also assess whether, in terms of the material regularity, whether we can enforce. And in most other instances, when you look at most of the departments and also the material regularity that we've raised, it's also because of there was no consequence management, and also they could not hit to our recommendations. And it's one of the relevant steps was for us to actually maybe raise the material regularity so that they can. And we've seen in some other instances where there was weak internal controls in the department, but immediately when you raise the material regularity, they start now acting. So I think those are the different tools that we use to make sure that our recommendation are heeded too. So there is a lot of success. Look at Department of Sport. Department of Sport also improved because the recommendation that we issue to them and we engage with them, have these regular, frequent discussions with them, and at the end, they manage to improve to unqualified opinion. So I think Sharon, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Perfect. No, thank you so much, Charles. Thank you, Otwa, for the response. I thought there was just one more question what was raised by Honorable Swart, and that's relating to the question specifically on the protocol parts of the different phases of the project. Should there be more different protocol that needs to be instituted? And what we have seen definitely on the ground, Honorable Chair, we've seen on the ground there's enough processes, procedures, and legislation in place. The key challenge that we've got is then the implementation, and a lot of times for work that's been signed off or not done. So I think it comes back to me, Honorable Chair, from this when I started the presentation, and I spoke about the element of institutional integrity And I think this is one of most probably the key root causes that we've seen permeated to a lot of the institutions, that the controls, first of all, are not institutionalized and maintained. And then secondly, the behavior is not ethical by key officials, and they don't always put their own institution first in the work that we do and make sure there's no conflict of interest. So I do believe that part of the ethical behavior part can be addressed. There's a lot of these things that can be addressed within the system of the public sector. But Honourable Chair, without further ado, I hope we have appropriately responded to the questions that was put by the members, but we hand them back over to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Ms. Adams. I'd like to check if there is any questions from honorable members. Maybe a follow-up. I don't see anything. Honorable members, thanks very much, Ms. Adams. And that was important remarks on your closing. Honorable members, I want to thank the North-West Province, the North-West Provincial Treasury, the Auditor General's Office for their detailed presentation today. The discussions have been insightful yet concerning, and very much concerning. I think all the honorable members, including the AG, have raised lots of things. And you must indicate, honorable members, that the issue of oversight visit to North-West, it is not only going to be North-West, will also be going to all the provinces. Whatever that we see, we want to see that indeed the audit outcome is talking to what is happening on the ground. As a committee, we must emphasize the following. One, the consequence management must be prioritized. Officials responsible for mismanagement or non-compliance must be held accountable. The turnaround plan for struggling entities must be implemented without delay, with clear timelines and measurable targets. Honorable members, I think all of us, we heard that the presentation was for 3 provinces. We hope that in the next meeting, we're going to get at least 2 provinces, not 1. The Secretariat will be able to communicate with these provinces and make sure that at least we get more provinces so that we can process the issue of the oversight visit, because that one is very much key. We can talk to the numbers, we can talk to the papers, you'll find that it's not what is happening on the ground. Be that as it may, honorable members, that is the conclusion remark from my side. And I would like to thank, as I indicated, all the participants, my honorable members present, and the Treasury and the North-West Province. The meeting adjourned. Thank you. I'm going to request only honorable members to stay behind. Honorable members, I think as per our program, we're supposed to knock off at 1. So there is something that came about, and I was talking to the secretary. I requested that the issue of the minutes we deferred in our next meeting. It was going to be very much important on that one, because there is an issue that we need to address urgently. So I apologize for that, honorable members. So with that word, honorable members, I thank you. The meeting adjourned.
Long live the chairperson.
Bye-bye.
Long live the chair.
Thank you.
Mhm.